May we have the roll call, Mrs. Berthanu?
Mayor Schilling,
Here.
Councilmember Beltramini,
Here.
Fleming,
Here.
Howrlack,
Here.
Kerwin,
Here.
McGinnis,
Here.
Slater.
Here.
Quorum present. This evening, we begin with a legislative update from our state representative, Marty Nolenberg, and I did see him. He's in the House. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Appreciate allowing me to come back here. As you know, I try to come here 3 or 4 times a year to give you kind of an update on what's happening in Lansing, Michigan. I want to congratulate 2 new council members. I haven't been here before you yet, so congratulations to you, and look forward to future contact with you. I want to give a brief recap about the budget situation last year. If you're not aware, the budget year begins on October 1st, ends on September 30th. We did balance the budget last year just before October 1st. It was in the 11th hour. We needed a continuation budget to get the job done, but we balanced the budget. The good news, we balanced it without a tax increase. And given the economy that we're in, it's a tough, it's a tough road to take. The bad news is that we use a lot of the stimulus money to balance that budget. And, we're not going to get nearly as much money in the current budget year. Next year, it just goes away. So we have some challenges in front of us. In addition to that, our economy continues to suffer. We lead the nation in the unemployment rate at 15%. So let's fast forward. What are we doing about the budget this year? If you're not aware, the legislature has 2 revenue estimating conferences, one in January and one in May. We had one in January, and the people involved in these conferences are the House Fiscal Agency, the Senate Fiscal Agency, and an independent economist. And we meet, as I said, twice a year to determine what the revenues projections will be for that forthcoming year. No surprise, the economy is still suffering. Our budget deficit that we expected $1.5 billion, $1.5 billion. That's the budget deficit that we are faced with at the state of Michigan. Obviously, this could be a big impact for what you do here because it also includes revenue sharing dollars. So the governor came out with her 29-point plan, a lot of which I support. A lot of the things that she has in there are reforms that I embrace, that I've been talking about for years, and it's a step in the right direction. When she came out with her State of the State, we soon realized that the reforms don't cover the entire amount of the deficit. In that reform package, she included about $780 million of additional taxes. And so she's basically relying on tax increases to balance her budget. Now, the people that I talk to, my constituents, the business leaders throughout the state, they don't want a tax increase unless there are legitimate reforms. And frankly, there's not much of an appetite amongst any member of the House of Representatives or the Senate, Republicans or Democrat. I think collectively we recognize that if we want to move this state forward, we need to lead and we need reforms. Now, again, I mentioned the unemployment rate is at 15%. What's the solution? From my perspective, the simple solution is we need more people working. We need to create jobs. Once you create jobs, businesses are profitable. Businesses pay more in taxes when they're profitable. People are working. State collects more in income taxes. When people are working, they buy more stuff. They buy more goods and services. So we get additional sales tax revenues. Now, why is that important? Because if we don't create jobs, we're going to see how it's going to impact our local units of government. And so if the legislature can focus on creating jobs, I think we're going to be in a much better place a year from now. Business leaders want their fiscal house in order. They want certainty. They're not going to invest in the state of Michigan unless they know what is ahead of them. And unfortunately, for the last several years, they have not been willing to make the investment because they aren't comfortable. They're not sure what's going to happen in the future. So we need to provide them with that certainty, and they want reforms, and so that's what I'm working on. I recently introduced House Resolution VV, and this is something that it's a collective group of ideas. I've introduced some of these independently. Some of these tools are used by Oakland County. This resolution would require that the state go to a 2-year budget. It would also require that they move the fiscal year from October 1st to July 1st. Why is this important? Well, frankly, it's very important because the school district budgets begin on October 1st. I'm sorry, the school year budgets begin on July 1st, so they're waiting for us until October 1st to know how much money we can provide them. It's been a problem in the last few years, and this will provide certainty for our schools as well. In addition to that, the resolution includes 96% budgeting. This is the Senator Papa George bill. Historically, when we budget at our revenue estimating conferences, we always end up 4% short, or 4% high. So this would require that we don't budget for every dollar that is being projected because we never collect enough money. So this is a sort of a conservative budgeting concept. The other thing I added to this proposal was a third revenue estimating conference. Oakland County had a 3-year budgeting plan with a 5-year outlook. If we can get our revenues handled in a better way, we'll be able to project what our outcomes will be. It just seems to make sense. So there's a number of things that I'm doing to help get our state's fiscal house in order. Finally, if you're not aware, what is the House of Representatives doing to help share? What are they doing in helping to share the pain that the state is going through? Well, we passed a 10% pay reduction, bipartisan, bicameral. Governor signed it, 10% pay cut. The House passed a bill. The Senate passed a bill recently that would eliminate lifetime health care benefits for legislators. This is something I've been working on ever since I first ran in 2006. We slashed our office budget $5,000 a year. We've increased our health care deductible by $500. This is just a start. It's not panacea, but if we can show that we are part of the solution, I think that's a good thing. We have a long way to go, and I look forward to the upcoming year, and we just got to show the rest of the world that Michigan's the place to do business. We need to create jobs. That's really a simple solution to getting our economy, getting our budget on track. We need people to be working. We need those revenues, and I hope we can get to that point. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Council members, do you have any questions? Councilwoman Beltrame?
Thank you. And I am glad to see progress. And I guess I want kind of your opinion. And you know it's about revenue sharing. Our community has spoken to us that we can't increase. And you referenced that in your remarks for the state, too, and I appreciate the reforms that you put forward. But if you look at what the House Budget Office says and what our county says and what our city projections are, we're not going to see an increase in revenue for another 10 to 15 years, and probably nearer 15. So in a term-limited legislature, and that's what concerns me most of all, and you know the numbers, I give them to you all the time. The city of Troy is down $10.2 million in revenue sharing, and the state is down almost $3.5 billion. And so now we're with a term-limited legislature that 2/3 of you are going to turn over next year. So there's a learning curve in doing what you do. You don't go to Lansing, no matter how good your connections, and just you're able to do stuff. The budget is structurally unsound. How can we fix that just through jobs? And how can we address the revenue sharing and the other kinds of things that we constitutionally have to do? How do we fix that, Marty?
I think it does require leadership, and we have a number of reform opportunities before us. I want my Speaker of the House to allow me to vote on these reforms. One thing you may not know is that we have a freshman caucus, 40-some-odd members strong. They're the biggest.
Bipartisan.
And it's bipartisan. And they, some of the things that I just mentioned, the things that I talk about, that I'm trying to do, that's low-hanging fruit. There's different variations of it by other members, bipartisan. My urge is to call on Speaker Andy Dillon. Let's vote on these things. I mean, jobs will come if our job providers know that we're leading and we're getting our fiscal house in order. We can do it. It just requires action. It requires the Speaker to allow me to vote on this, not me, but the legislature to vote on these things, so we can show the rest of the world that we want to get our fiscal house in order.
And I agree. And it is low-hanging fruit. And it's $1 million or $2 million at a time. So they ought to be easy, so to speak, one would think. But when you've got a $1.5 billion deficit, a $5 million reform, and that's what these combinations are, doesn't fill it, doesn't bridge that gap. So how do we bridge that structural gap? You got 150 people in the room here who want to work with you to do that.
There are reforms on the table that can get us to wipe out the $1.5 billion deficit. It's painful. A lot of people aren't going to like them. But I guess the way I take this approach is I'm not there to please everybody. I'm there to please the state. I got to balance a budget. I have to move the state forward. And I'm willing to take the bullets if people don't like the cuts that I'm voting on. I don't like making cuts. I mean, nobody likes making cuts. But I don't know what other choice we have. We have to balance the budget. We can't print money like the federal government. And it's going to be a painful period of time. But that's what I think my constituents want from me. They want leadership. They want to move the state forward. They want me to make the tough decisions. And if it means that some people are affected by it, nothing personal, but we have to balance the budget. It's tough to make, and I'm prepared to do that, and I think we have to do that. And again, in the meantime, if we can show the leadership that we're willing to make the tough cuts and not be beholden to the special interest groups, and I think we'll be looked upon as, look, this state is moving in the right direction. They've made some tough decisions. Let's look at Michigan. I truly believe that.
I don't disagree with your jobs message. I would say to you once again, sitting here as a council person, revenue sharing affects every citizen in this state. That is not a special interest group.
I didn't mean that it was.
No, I know, but some of your colleagues believe that it is. And to that end, 39% of the budget gaps in the last 8 years have been balanced on the back of revenue sharing. And that's every citizen in the state. So I guess on that little piece, I'd say that ought to be left whole like public safety.
Okay, I think
because it is public safety.
There's another question from over here. Councilman Kerwin?
And I thank Councilmember Veltramini for her comments. She did point out that you are affected by term limits, as are we. That literally in 2 years, 3 members here are term limited. A majority is on the ballot. We too are facing tough decisions. I appreciate the attachment you provided so that all citizens could see for today's presentation. And I just have a couple little questions, unless my colleague might have a question as well. One regarding the 10% pay cut. Sometimes I hear that talked about and then it's backed into, well, we took it and then we gave it to charitable organizations. What kind of 10% pay cut was this? Was it you didn't take the money from the state?
The legislature voted to cut their pay 10% for starting 2011.
And
so if you're in the state legislature in 2011, everybody gets a pay cut, 10%.
Right. So the current serving, nothing.
It
No-
it
no
doesn't
pay cut.
affect any of the current, it doesn't affect the legislatures in office today.
Thank you for clarifying that. The second thing I wanted to address is something that's actually
Now,
included.
I will say, I've been trying to eliminate lifetime health care benefits from day one, including myself. And that's the bigger problem in this whole situation.
I-
Health care is
yeah.
the biggest cost. They haven't taken up my bill. Again, I don't get to decide what bills I get to vote on. I voted on the bill that was put before me, and the bill that was put
Let
before me.
if I may, address another bill, because we do have a full house.
Okay.
If I may. Something that is included in here is from the city of Clawson. You represent them as well. And they wrote a resolution that we will look at tonight in support of a House bill addressing Public Act 312. I'd like to hear your position on that.
I think you have to look at it. I encourage you to
What action
study
will you
the
take?
issue.
What will you take?
I personally think it would save the local units a lot of money, and I respect the wishes of the local government. I plan to vote for it if it comes before me. We have a bill that's come over to us from the Senate, somewhat watered down, and you're talking about the ability to pay. It gives the local units, gives the judges the authority to decide if the local units have the ability to pay. I think that's fair. I mean, if you don't have the money to pay, I think it provides a fairness issue for our local units.
Thank you. We agree, and that is something I know that we've worked, again, thank you, Councilmember Beltramini, for championing that for so many years. We would like to see some adequate yearly progress met this year. These are things that do concern us. The missing revenue this year would, in fact, be half a library. So these are things that have relevancy and concerns for all of us who serve as leaders.
I would encourage you, if you think it's a good thing, to put forth a resolution, not the watered-down version. And I've gotten, Clawson sent one over. Other communities have done the same. So the more communities that do this, the more likelihood that it's going to pass.
I think you've heard it from us directly,
Yeah.
so I know, and I won't waste it. Thank you so much.
Others? Council members? Thank you.
Thank you.
The one thing I need to do is, because we have more than 15 people who've signed up to speak, I'm going to move to suspend the rules at this time.
Support.
I know, I have to do it now, the clerk, and then before the public hearings.
Support.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Councilwoman Kerwin, that we suspend the rules. Discussion? The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Mayor Schilling,
Yes?
Councilmember Beltramini,
Yes.
Fleming,
Yes.
Howard,
No.
Kerwin,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Slater,
Yes.
Motion passes, and I move to limit the public comment to 3 minutes.
Support.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Councilwoman Kerwin. Discussion? The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Beltramini,
Yes.
Fleming,
Yes.
Howard,
No.
Kerwin,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Slater,
Yes.
Mayor Schilling.
Yes. Motion passes. We have a series of public hearings tonight that you'll see in the agenda, and by law, we must do those first in the agenda. And the first is the public hearing for Michigan Next Energy exemptions. And presenting for staff is Mr. Nino Licari.
Good evening, Mayor,
Good evening.
members of council. This is a continuation of the Next Energy Exemptions, a program from the state of Michigan to draw research and development to alternative fuels and battery power to the state. It was passed in 2002. Our first applicants were in 2005. They remain here in Troy, Compact Power and United Solar Ovonics. They have purchased new equipment for the current year. Each year they're required to report their purchases to the state and get them certified, and then with my concurrence as to them being all personal property, we come forward to council. Council has the option of opting out of this program, and what that means is that you could be one of the government units that decides to levy your millage against this personal property. At this point in time, no one has opted out. The county, the schools, the state, everyone is allowing the exemption because they feel this is an important program for the state, and it does bring different jobs in. Compact Power is working strictly with batteries. It's a joint venture between Chrysler and General Motors. United Solar Ovonics does multiple things. They make solar shingles, they make batteries, they are in the cutting edge of alternative fuels. This current year, both companies have purchased about $3.9 million worth of personal property that they're looking for the exemption on. That would amount to an exemption of $60,000 in city taxes for the year. Over the, I guess it's been 5 years now, over the 5 years that they've been currently getting exemptions, that would bring the total to $161,811 that the city would be exempting. This program does expire in 2013, so what these folks are asking for is a continuation of an exemption that you granted them in 2005. Staff is, and management is fully behind the exemption, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Other questions from council for Mr. Licari on this item? Seeing none, then I'll
Thank you.
open the public hearing. Is there anyone that is here on this item that wishes to speak? Are the folks here from,
Madam Mayor, they generally haven't showed up after the first year because it's a continuation
All right.
at that point in time.
okay, I just must ask, okay. Seeing none, then I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for a resolution. This is a continuation. Is there anyone who wants to move the resolution? Mayor Pro Tem Fleming?
Resolved that the Troy City Council hereby affirms the Michigan's Next Energy exemption of alternative energy personal property located at 1100 West Maple and 1857 Technology Drive, Troy, Michigan, as certified by the city assessor in the amount not to exceed $3,929,241, a copy of which shall be attached to the original minutes of this meeting, and be it further resolved that the Troy Council hereby directs the city clerk to forward a copy of this resolution and attachments to the Michigan Next Energy Authority at 300 North Washington Square, Lansing, Michigan, 48913.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Fleming, seconded by Councilwoman Beltramini, that we approve the resolution as printed in red. Discussion?
Mayor?
Councilman Howard?
Yeah, just so people know why I'm voting, no. The reason is, well, let me just brief background. Companies that own equipment, anything that is basically not used, not usable, and is a piece of capital equipment, they pay property taxes on it. And the issue is that we are going to abate their property taxes and basically give them a 50% discount because the state and the city have chosen a few companies to receive a windfall. Hardworking business owners and property owners within a city, unfortunately, have to pay 100% tax rate unless you're one of the chosen ones. And if you look through the equipment list here, you see a lot of laptop computers and workstations, things that have nothing to do with high technology. And we certainly want to encourage business development in our city and our state, but the proper way to do it is to make it business friendly. And you do that by not having regulations that make it onerous for somebody to do business and also to have lower taxes for everybody. So I don't like the fact that the state and the city picks and chooses winners. That's why I vote against this resolution.
Further discussion of the resolution? Councilwoman Kerwin?
For Mr. Licari, if I may.
Yes. Mr. Licari?
Mr. Licari, on page
Question?
41 in our packet, there is a number that's crossed out and a new one is written down. It's on page 41.
Yes. In their resolution, they had made an error in the map. The correct number was on the equipment listing, so I crossed it out and put the correct number in there. I did notify the Next Energy Commission that I would be using a different number. They're fully aware of that and agree with it.
And that does not impact the resolutions before us.
It does not at all.
The second thing, and I'm wondering if you may know or may not, perhaps Mr. Miller might know, have jobs been generated since this initial?
Not off the top of my head, no.
I know initially Compact Power brought in 52 jobs. United Solar Robotics, their workforce fluctuates based on the contracts that they have, but the 52 jobs from Compact Power were brand new to Troy, and they did move into a building that had been vacant for 4 years, and they're still in there.
We'd seen them flourishing. I was just hoping that tonight there might be an update on that. I'd be interested in that.
Further discussion of the resolution? I know that there's differing opinions in regard to these matters, but the state has provided that we can give these exemptions, and in cases where companies like Compact Power and United Solar Robotics, Next Energy are providing jobs and trying to provide for things that will be in the future for our economy, I think this is a good investment. Because of that, I will be voting in favor. Mrs. Bartholomew, the vote, please.
Councilmember Fleming,
Yes.
Howard,
No.
Kerwin,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Slater,
Yes.
Mayor Schilling,
Yes,
Councilmember Beltramini,
Yes.
motion passes. Next, we have our liquor violation hearings, and our city attorney, Lori Gregg Bloom, will make a few statements before we begin.
Thank you, Mayor. And unfortunately, tonight we do have some violations where minors were served alcohol in our licensed establishments in the city of Troy. We have 5 of them before you tonight. Each one will be bringing up individually. And the purpose of these hearings are for council to, first of all, be satisfied that steps have been taken, and also to find out what the violations were. What you do have is an opportunity to object. There is all of these that you're going to see tonight are on-premises licenses, which means that the alcohol is sold for consumption on the premises. And because of that, what the state law allows you to do is that you have the opportunity after a hearing, if one is requested, and you find that there was a violation of the law, then you have the opportunity to not to object to their automatic renewal. So that is what's before you. What you do see in the packet, you see 2 proposed resolutions. The second resolution is the very extreme circumstance where you're recommending that they not be licensed in the city. The first resolution is to require all of the persons to be trained with TIPS or TAMS, which is a server program, and to provide proof of that. I also have Officer Feld with me tonight, who is doing the liquor. That's his assignment, and he is prepared to answer any questions for you as well. Would just also indicate, because it's been a question in the past, there is really no opportunity to do anything in between other than, you can do like publications or things like that, but you don't have an opportunity to make it a temporary time period. There's no opportunity under state law to make it a 3-day or 1 week suspension of time. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. And Your Honor, it's my understanding that all of the hearings before you tonight are going to be waived. They are not going to be contesting that the violations did occur. But I would ask that you just confirm that, just so that we have it as part of the record.
So I'll need to ask each of them
Yes, Your Honor.
before they begin. Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
Your Honor. And the first one is the Marriott International Incorporated WHP Hotel LLC. And I've spoken with John Carlin, who is the attorney for Marriott, and I believe that he also has his client present. Your Honor, just for the record, I would just state that on May 7th of 2009, employee Terry Owens served a decoy, a bottle of Bud Light beer. The decoy was 19 years of age. She did not ask for ID or the date of birth of the decoy. She did plead responsible to this charge. She was fined $100. The violation was admitted before the Michigan Liquor Control Commission, and there was a negotiated settlement on August 10th of 2009 for $572, which is $500 and then $72 in fines. I would also ask that the memorandum and also the license history and the redacted police report be incorporated into the record, and I'm happy to address any questions that you have.
Okay, Counsel, do you have questions of Mrs. Bloom before we begin?
Then, Your Honor, I would turn it over to Mr. Carlin.
Okay, then we'll open the hearing for Marriott International. And Mr. Carlin, I'm going to ask each of the attorneys for the, if you're waiving the
Yes,
hearing.
Mayor. I am John Carlin, appearing here on behalf of the hotel. And to my right is the general manager of the Hotel Michelle Street. And yes, we do waive the hearing. We did acknowledge the hearing tonight.
Yes.
And we did acknowledge the violation at the Liquor Commission hearing, as the city attorney indicated. I do want to point out that the current owners of the hotel have been licensed since 1990. They did have a few violations early on, but I'm happy to say that the last one prior to this one was back in July of 2000. So they've gotten their act together, so to speak. This one was an unfortunate one, shouldn't have happened. They, obviously indicated they've passed 24 compliance tests since 2000 and 48 liquor inspections by the police department. And as you know, the Liquor Commission also does these, but does not indicate to the licensee or to any of us that the past did occur. All of the employees are presently TIPS trained. I asked Michelle, and she brought a list of all the employees, and some of them have not been trained since, about half of them were trained in 2000 or between early 2000 and now. And the others were back in 2008, a few of them. So maybe those we can get an updated training. They do have their own trainer on staff. One of the restaurant managers is a certified TIPS trainer, so it's a little more convenient for them. Michelle is here if you have any questions of her. Officer Feld asked me earlier if there was a rumor floating around that Shula's was closing. Shula's restaurant is going to discontinue its operation, and Michelle is indicating that the hotel managers and the hotel owners are taking over the operation of the restaurant. It will continue to be there. They're going to update it. It's obviously very important to this large hotel that they do have an active restaurant on premises. So it will stay there, just it won't be called Shula's anymore. As I indicated, Michelle is here if you have any questions.
This particular violation is for sale to a minor with a compliance, under a compliance test. But in the record, the printed record and the record that the police have, there is quite a lengthy list of prior violations. And that is my concern about the number of violations that have occurred, and then this too. Would you care to address any of that?
Well, you know, I did get a copy of this, but a number of those violations were in 1990 and through to 97. And there really haven't been but a couple of violations. The last violation, other than this one, for sale to a minor was in July of 2000. And prior to that, it was in 97, and then there was a couple early on there in the early 90s. So, you know, they've been doing the training. They've been here before, and the training was instituted many years ago for the 2001, and it seems to be working. The system isn't perfect, and unfortunately, as you know, it's dependent upon the employees that are serving the alcoholic beverages, and it's difficult, and it's a constant battle. You have, why don't you tell them about the daily meetings that you have with the staff?
And this is the first violation since 2000?
Correct.
Thank you.
Some of the training that we do, we have stand-up training, which is a daily activity.
Would you move to the microphone
Yes.
for the record? Thank you.
And it's a stand-up meeting prior to the associates getting on staff, ready to work. And what we do is we talk about tips and the importance of serving We give them a little practice session, some role playing throughout it's a 15 minutes of training each day for the associates. So we do a bit of role training. We take it to the next level because this is extremely serious. And what we do is we have a monthly meeting, and our associate that actually did this happened to, she actually is still on our staff. She's an 18-year-old, she's been with the hotel for 18 years. She was documented, but we use her now as a role model. She is the one that does training on what exactly happened during that experience for all of our associates. So again, it's a daily communication to all of our staff that is serving beverages. It's not only in the bar, the restaurant, also in our banquet staff, but then on a monthly basis we have intense training, which is about a half hour of role playing, and we talk about different topics when it comes to tips training. Although some of the tips training was conducted last year, it is a 3-year certification, so although some of them did not complete in 09, they were part of the training, but didn't need to be recertified because it is a 3-year certification.
Council, any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Fleming?
A couple of questions. When did you start this daily, you call it stand-up training? Did that start after this violation, or were you doing that prior to the violation?
We were doing stand-up training prior because it's a Marriott standard that we do that. We implemented the communication on serving once this occurred in May. It immediately got implemented once we did get this violation. So that portion of the topic was implemented right when we received this violation.
Yes, go ahead.
I know we have some businesses in town that have agreed to do their own decoy program. In other words, do you do that now? Do you understand what the decoy program is, similar to what the police?
Yes, we do. Marriott is very structured when it comes to making sure that we are serving people of age, and we do have a program where we have shoppers that come in, and that's 4 times a year. We don't know when they're coming in, and it's for ensuring that we are not serving minors, as well as making sure that all of our associates are ethically correct when taking cash and just giving the correct service. So we do have shoppers that are 4 times a year that come in unannounced, and we do get their report about 60 days later.
Okay, thank you. Let's give someone else an opportunity. Is there anyone else that has a question? I'm trying to look and see. Councilman Slater?
Can you tell me what happened to the employee that was responsible for this?
The employee, well, at first when we looked at her schedule, she had never had one incident in her entire 18 years that she was with the company. And really took a hard look at it. We spoke with her. I met with our corporate office, internal investigations in Maryland, to figure out exactly what we needed to do. We did have a thorough conversation with her. We did put her on a retraining piece, but we felt that because of her stellar record, it was not fair for her to go ahead and get terminated. We use her now as a training piece, which has been a huge win for us, and she really has rose up to the occasion where she truly tells these associates what happened to her, and it's a very embarrassing situation for her. But we've been able to really recreate someone that is truly focused, and now we use her as a trainer. So she did get documented. Next documentation would definitely be a termination.
Is that the corporate policy?
Yes, the corporate policy is a written warning, which then results into, if you have another one, then it's termination.
Councilman Kerwin?
I'm sure your legal counsel told you that it is the tradition here that the council then will include in the resolution tips and TAMPs training, that will just automatically trigger it. And how convenient for you to have someone already fully trained and ready to do that. So you're prepared to do that after tonight?
Yes, actually we have the person in place. He's done several tips training. He actually took his test in April of 09. This is when I'd been the general manager there for about 2.5 years, and I realized we didn't have one. What's great about us having one on property is we're allowing our other Marriott hotels to come in and do the training. So it's truly a total Marriott family training throughout the Metro Detroit
Thank
area.
you, Michelle. And I'd also encourage you, we have present with us in the chamber today the executive director from the Troy Community Coalition. I would encourage you to get together with her because this is a core value in our community, and we encourage all of our businesses to learn as much as they can through the Troy Community Coalition.
Yes, we certainly invite them. Thank you.
With that, I would
Anything
move
else?
the first resolution.
Yes, Councilwoman Kerwin?
I would move the first resolution. And I will read the last paragraph. Be it further resolved that Troy City Council hereby requires all employees serving alcohol for the licensee be TIPS or TAMS trained or trained in another program of similar caliber as determined by the designated representatives of the Troy Police Department, and that proof of this training be submitted to the Troy Police Department within 90 days.
Second.
May I ask a question?
Just one moment. Moved by Councilwoman Kerwin, seconded by Councilwoman Beltramini. Yes.
A
go
number
ahead.
of these people have been trained within the last 9 months. Even though we do have the trainer on staff, we have to pay tips for every person that gets trained. So do we need to redo those that say have been trained within the last year?
It would be the pleasure of council. If council would like to amend the resolution, if not, it stands.
The resolution before us is for, requires them all to be trained again. Councilman Beltramini?
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question of Mr. Carlin?
Yes.
How many of those folks is it, or what percentage of the serving population?
I would say probably 60%, maybe more. 75 to 80% have been trained in 2009 or 2010. I'm
would.
going down the list of all of them, and
When did the training start in 2009?
well, there's some of them have been trained back as far as 2007.
I'm not interested in those.
When did what?
When did it start in 2009?
Oh, October, September, October. A lot of them were trained in October of 2009.
There's two.
Madam Mayor, I would amend the resolution such that anyone trained within the last 6 months from this date is exempted from additional training.
That's fair.
I need to
Do
get
we
a
have a
second.
second?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Beltramini, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Fleming, that we amend the resolution that any of the employees that were trained within the 6 months from this date be exempted from this training. But I'm going to add in there that the full record of that be provided to the police department of these folks and the ones that are going to be trained, and so that we have that for the record.
Take care of that.
Okay. Discussion of the amendment? The vote on the amendment, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Howard?
Yes.
Kerwin?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Slater?
Yes.
Mayor Schilling?
Yes.
Councilmember Beltramini?
Yes.
Fleming?
Yes.
And on the resolution, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Kerwin?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Slater?
Yes.
Mayor Schilling?
Yes.
Councilmember Beltramini?
Yes.
Fleming?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
Motion passes. Next, we have Mrs. Bloom for Charles Edward Post 14, the American Legion.
Yes, Your Honor, and they have been served with a copy of the notice of the violation and the notice of the hearing, which of course is necessary before you take any adverse action. I have spoken with the representatives, and they are waiving their right to a hearing tonight. I would just indicate for the record that this also occurred on May 7th of 2009. Again, another situation with a decoy who was served. In addition, this is a club license. It's a club on-premises license, but also there was a violation for serving a member who is not, a person who is not a member of the club. So not only the under 21, but also a person who is not a member of the club. Would indicate that the server has pled responsible, and that was on May 13th of 2009, and she paid a fine of $100. Also, they have pled responsible at the Michigan Liquor Control Commission and have received an $800 fine. I'm sorry, no, they received a $800 fine. or in the alternative, 40-day suspension of sales of liquor. And Your Honor, unless there's, I would again rely on the police report, the redacted police report, and the history. And unless you have any other questions, I would turn it over to the representatives of the American Legion.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Lehman. I'm a senior vice commander.
And are you waiving your right to the hearing?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And you know that council has been provided with a complete report, the police report, all the information prior to the meeting?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Do you have anything that you wish to add on this?
All of our members are now TIP certified, all of our servers, plus 2 of our council members.
Okay.
We have records of these here for the police department tonight if we pass them on. The person that served was fired immediately. We've taken more precautions to secure our door so that only members can get in. So,
Right.
any other questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Okay. Council, do you have questions from the folks from American Legion? Councilwoman McGinnis?
You just indicated that further precautions.
Excuse, just one moment. Is your mic on? Okay, there you go.
Okay.
You just indicated that further precautions were being taken to make sure that you were not allowing non-members into the location. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Well, we have a key card at the door, and I believe the person that got in there was buzzed in by the bartender. In other words, he didn't have a card and he was buzzed in. If he was buzzed in, he should have immediately have signed our guest book, and there should have been a member there to certify or to say that he was going to sponsor him for the evening, which was a misunderstanding. The bartender thought that happened, but it didn't happen, and that's how she served him. And so those are precautions I've taken. That's not going to happen under only dire circumstances. So we've taken precautions to notify everybody of these practices to stop serving anyone that doesn't have a card. If they buzz in, they must sign a guest book and proceed from there.
Further questions? Councilman Slater?
Yes.
There was a gambling violation in 07?
Yes, there was.
Is that still pending?
No, that's all been taken care of.
Could you tell us what happened there?
I wasn't present at the time, but we had machines in there, and I guess somehow they were getting paid off, but I wasn't aware of that. So I wasn't the senior vice at that time. So that was that, but that had been taken care of with the state.
Further questions? Thank you. I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Fleming?
Reading the police report, actually, the witness statement indicated that the person at the bar did say that they would sponsor them.
But from my understanding, was the bartender thought that person asked to see proof, but they didn't, so she got nailed for it too. So.
Okay, so there was a misunderstanding.
There was a misunderstanding.
The person at the bar.
Yes, right. The person at the bar should have been held responsible, along with the bartender.
Further questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have a resolution that someone wants to bring forward? And we don't need to read the whole resolution. We can do what Councilwoman Kerman did, read the last paragraph.
Mayor,
Councilwoman Beltramini?
I would move the resolution, the first resolution as printed with the last paragraph as in the previous. Be it further resolved that the Troy City Council hereby requires all employees and members serving alcohol for the licensee to be TIPS or TAMS trained and that proof of this training be submitted to the Troy Police Department within 90 days.
We have it right here with us.
Do we have a second?
Second and clarification.
Just one moment. Moved by Councilwoman Beltramini, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Fleming, that we approve the resolution, and the resolution is printed, and then as it was read, it was added, requires all employees and members serving alcohol for the licensee to be tips and TAMS training. Was that your clarification, Councilman Kerwin?
No, I did record that. Madam Mayor?
Councilman Kerwin?
The clarification is, when was that training?
November of last year.
Yes, within the last 90 days, they're all certified.
Okay, thank you. Perfect.
Okay. The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember McGinnis,
Yes.
Slater,
Yes.
Mayor Schilling,
Yes.
Councilman Beltramini,
Yes.
Fleming,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Kerwin.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. The next one is, Mrs. Bloom, is Joseph Kulski's, Joe Cools.
Yes, Your Honor, and this one again is not going to be contested. Again, happened on May 7th of 2009. Bartender served a draft beer, 16 ounce, to a decoy who was 18 years at the time. The bartender has pled responsible to the charge and was fined $100 on June 16th of 2009. This has also been resolved at the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. David Steinke is here tonight, and he can answer any questions you have, unless you have more questions of me.
Any questions for Mrs. Bloom, Counsel?
And just, again, for the record, I'm going to rely on the redacted police reports, the memo, and the liquor license history.
Okay, thank you. I need to ask you for the record if you waive the right to the hearing.
We waive the right.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything that you wish to add, or do you want to just
Well, not
answer
necessarily
questions?
add, but we do take the privilege of serving alcohol very, very seriously, and we're in a little bit different situation, whereas I'm the owner. I have I guess I have the honor of having my life savings in the hand of a young person every day, and we take it very seriously.
Would you move over by the mic a little bit more?
Okay.
Thank you.
And also, we're in front of the sports center, and we have kids in there all the time, and they're often in groups, and they're hard to corral a little bit. So we really do pay attention. And we have had a policy since we've opened that you have to be certified, 100% compliance. And we had a couple that were lapsed, but not the person that served, and that she did lose her job immediately, and got a job somewhere else the next day, because that's the way the law reads now, which is frustrating to us. So we went thinking that we were fully compliant, and we got two of our, like John was saying, that they had a certified trainer on staff. We went and got two managers, sent them up to Lansing to get them certified. And we detailed this to the Liquor Control Commission, and they treated us, I thought surprisingly gentle, with a $300 fine. There is one thing I would like to ask, and I talked to Lori a little bit about it, and I think I talked to Sergeant Zielinski once about it as well, is when they come in and do a decoy, and we've had, you can see there are just many, many decoys that we've passed. I would like a way that they get back to us, not that day, because people just call around and say the guys are out checking, and they do that anyways. That come back, and when you send me that nice letter that says, congratulations, you passed, give me the person's name, or what they look like, the time, the shift. So instead of giving the state of Michigan $300, the attorney $1,200, where it really hurts is the insurance will be anywhere from $25,000 upwards for this, and that's me. So I'd much rather give Heidi $500 and say, hey, you did a good job. Here's your trainable moment. Because you fire them, they're gone, and they get another job. And they got a $100 fine. It seems crazy. So, but we do, we admit full responsibility. I had one where I was standing at the computer. I watched her look at the card, put it down, look at it again, and serve the beers. And the gal from the Liquor Control Commission came over, and here you go. Yeah, I can't do any more than that. She was trained. She looked at it, and come to find out, she was confused. And they have made the license vertical, which was like pulling teeth. It was all over the country like that. Now, that helps. That's a great tool. We need another tool that we can reward, because, all this other stuff's really important. It's hitting me. I'm the guy. I don't have Marriott. I don't have, literally, I scratch out the check for that when that insurance goes from $2,000 to $6,000 a month. It's real clear. So.
You know that we'll require the training to occur within the 90 days as
Sure.
we've done with the others.
Sure. And we did retrain everybody, but we may not have recertified them. We'll go back for what John said, because they may have paid $35 in May 5th, and we went right back after once our people got certified. So we'll go back. But everybody has been trained, and we can get them certified
Well,
quite easily.
We'll require it
Okay.
and need it for the record.
Okay.
For questions, council? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Would someone like to move the resolution? Councilwoman McGinnis? Just read the last paragraph.
Be it further resolved that Troy City Council hereby requires all employees serving alcohol for the licensee be TIPS or TAMS trained or trained in another program of similar caliber as determined by the designated representatives of the Troy Police Department, and that proof of this training be submitted to the Troy Police Department within 90 days.
The second? Moved by Councilwoman McGinnis, seconded by Councilwoman Beltramini, that we approve the resolution as printed and the last paragraph read. Discussion?
Yes, I have.
Councilwoman Kerwin?
It seemed like there was some latitude with the Marriott on within 6 months. If some of your employees had been done with 6 months, would it be the pleasure of the council to add that same thing, since that was already added for the first?
I would second that.
Okay.
Is there, do you know of any of your employees?
I don't
that are
have it
within
in
6
front of
months?
me, but we got on it so quick that it was May 7th. We were doing it pretty quick thereafter, so.
I mean, we're talking about within 6 months of this date.
That's not, either way, it's not a concern. However you want it done, we'll get it done. It's not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Slater?
Is this on the amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have a formal amendment? Moved by Councilwoman Kerwin, seconded by Councilwoman Beltramini, or by you? By Councilwoman Beltramini, that we amend the resolution that if, as we did previously, read it here, if the employees were trained within 6 months from this date, that they meet the requirements. They don't have to be retrained again. Okay, the vote on the amendment, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Slater?
Yes.
Mayor Schilling?
Yes.
Councilmember Beltramini?
Yes.
Fleming?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
Kerwin?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Amendment passes. On the main motion then, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Mayor Schilling?
Yes.
Councilmember Beltramini?
Yes.
Fleming?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
Kerwin?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Slater?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next one is the San Marino Club and San Marino Catering Hall, Tremonti Restaurant.
Yes, thank you,
Mrs.
Mayor.
Long?
And this one is actually for Tremonti, although San Marino is the holder of it.
Right,
So,
yes.
I would just also indicate, too, that in a lot of these cases, especially if they're newer licenses, there's also a contract that is signed, which is, again, another reason that we're bringing them before you for these hearings. And that, again, says that any violation of the liquor laws could result in you passing a resolution objecting to the renewal after public hearing. Mr. Zanotti is present, and he, upon information and belief, is going to waive the right to a hearing on this matter, and he's not going to contest that on May 7th of 2009, a decoy went to the bar, asked for beer, and was served by the bartender. The bartender has pled responsible, paid a $100 fine, and Tremonti has also resolved this with the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. A $600 fine was imposed on July 21st of 2009. And again, I would just rely on the memorandum, the license history for both the San Marino Club and also Tremonti, and also the redacted police report.
Okay. And I need to, good evening.
Good
I need
evening.
to ask if you waive your right to the hearing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And do you have things that you wish to add about this matter? You wish to answer?
All I can say is I'm the chairman of the board that oversees the,
Yes.
the restaurant service, and our manager is here. Maybe he can explain a little better to you because he was there that night. Zarko?
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Well, what
Yes.
happened that evening is
Give us your name again for the record.
Žarko Polushaj.
Yes.
What happened that evening, probably, obviously it's improper for everyone, for you and for us. Was a lady, whatever, came in and was approached. As far as I know, she asked him for an ID, and what happened after that, she came to find me because she was thinking she's a regular customer, and I was on the phone at the time, and I was booking a party, so she told me what I should do. I said, okay, and really I was talking to a customer on the phone, so she didn't want to make the person wait, end up serving, and that's what happens, which probably that's something that should not be done anymore, and we did dismiss her for 3 weeks. She's a great asset to the company, so we decided to keep her. And we use her as a tool every day. We do have meetings every day for lunch and dinner. We do talk about it to not serve anyone under age of 30. Really, every server or bartender, whoever is working there, they have to ID everybody that looks 30 or under. Also, I have an assistant manager trained and a hostess that when we seat customers, we don't give them the wine list. So then when a server approaches them, knows automatically to ask them for an ID. And we do have probably about 75% of the people certified, tip certified. We're going to get everyone done, and I'm willing to work with the Cowichan Police Department to have them on site, to have the club and the restaurant in one day being certified, and I'm willing to work on a date and whatever is comfortable for them. I'll be more than happy to do that.
Questions, council? I see that you're working on trying to rectify the situation, and that you're taking this matter seriously.
I really did.
It's important for our community that, and you know what we've done. You've been here through the other hearings.
Correct.
Okay, and we don't want to see you back again next year.
Absolutely not. We don't want to do that.
Okay, thank you. Would someone like to move the resolution then, the same? And do you want to do the amendment again? If anyone's been trained within the 6 months? Do we know? Has anyone had the training within 6 months or not?
Yes, we did. Few of them did.
Of this date?
If we had a new employee come in, they are tip certified, and we had some old ones. But we're willing to do both, besides the restaurant and the club. We'd like to put them together in one day, all of them, and have some.
Yes.
I'd like to add that we have a bartender on staff at the hall, at the catering hall, that is certified to give the classes. So we were going to ask him to help us with that too.
Right, and you're going to organize that with the police department so that we have the complete record and everything that is done. Okay. Yes, Councilman Kerwin?
I know that you value family very, very much, both San Marino Club and Tremonti, and so I'm sure that you understand how important this is. And I would encourage you to meet with the executive director of the Troy Community Coalition, Ann Comiskey, who can perhaps be good for some advice on this. We really don't like to see you here at all. Frankly, I come to the restaurant. I wouldn't mind being carded. Beginning to now think I'm over 30. But we find that successful restaurants and establishments simply card everyone every time, and that seems to be a good practice. I'd encourage you in that. Thank you.
Do you want to move the resolution?
I'll move it.
All right. Councilwoman Beltramini?
I will move the resolution as printed with the following last paragraph. Be it further resolved that the Troy City Council hereby requires all employees serving alcohol for the licensee to be TIPS and TAM trained or trained in another program of similar caliber as determined by the designated representatives of the Troy Police Department. Any employees trained within the last 6 months of this date are exempt from this new required training. Proof of all training be submitted to the Troy Police Department within 90 days.
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Beltramini, seconded by Councilwoman Kerwin. Discussion of the motion. The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Beltramini?
Yes.
Fleming,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Kerwin,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Slater,
Yes.
Mayor Schilling.
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you. Next, Mrs. Bloom, we have Marville, which is the Parrot Cove Yacht Club.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is, it's actually Marville is the name of the licensee. They're doing business as Parrot Cove Yacht Club.
Right.
And I have spoken with Mr. Craig, who is present today, and he is not going to be, he's waiving the right to a hearing, and he's not going to be contesting that 2 violations occurred. The first violation was on May 7th of 2009 when Mr. Craig himself served a bottle of beer to a minor decoy who was 19 years of age. He's already pled responsible for that and has been fined in the district court. In addition, there was another incident on October 28th of 2009, and I believe it's your wife, that was responsible for that violation, serving an 18-year-old minor a bottle of Coors Light beer. And she also pled responsible in the district court and has been fined $100 on that. And with that, I would rely on the police report that is redacted, the police reports that are redacted, the license history for this licensee, and also the memorandum. And unless you have any further questions, I would turn it over to Mr. Craig.
Council, do you have questions for Mrs. Bloom? Seeing none. Mr. Craig, you waive your right to the hearing?
Yes, I do.
And this is for 2 violations?
2 violations in 1 year.
Yes. Would you use the microphone so everyone can hear, please? Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
30 years I've been serving alcohol, and I've gone through many, many decoy operations, and I've never had a problem. I messed up this time. We've both been through TIPS training, although it has lapsed. We do need to get recertified. I believe that my wife's violation was a direct result of karma because of all the grief she gave me for how stupid I was. And I don't have any explanation for why it would have happened.
How are you going to rectify the situation?
We'll get recertified for TIPS training. We've been diligent over the years of karting anyways, but we're basically the only employees there anymore. The night that I was caught with a decoy was about 10 minutes to 9. There was a heated political discussion going on at the bar. The young lady came in dressed in business attire, didn't really fit a profile of what an underage drinker might be doing. Doesn't excuse it. She was on the phone, looked like she was, in the brief glance I gave her, looked like I thought she was old enough to drink. I was obviously incorrect. Lately I've been karting people that are 42, 43. As I get older, they all look younger.
You know, sir, that if we do the same, I don't know yet if we're going to do the same resolution that we did for the others or if we're going to do something else. But if we see you back here next year, it won't be the same story, you know.
I understand that.
It's a very serious matter to have your license. And since you've been, you said 30 years?
30 years we've been in business, and tried since 93.
I'm kind of surprised that it was you and then your wife both, because it is your license.
It's our livelihood.
Yeah. Okay. Council, do you have questions? Mr. Craig? Okay, we'll wait. We'll move a resolution here.
Madam Mayor,
Councilman Beltramini?
you can't fire the server.
I tried.
We understand that. And at the very least, you need to be recertified, but quite honestly, I agree with the mayor that you're going to be looking at entirely different circumstances. And I would say anytime again. You've been good for 30 years. You've been good for 17 years. Huh? If you're too tired, just close. It's not worth it. So I would move the resolution as printed that all employees be tips and require all employees serving alcohol for the licensee to be tips or TAMS trained, and that proof of this training be submitted to the Troy Police Department within 90 days. all employees.
Do we have a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Beltramini, seconded by Councilwoman Kerwin, that we approve the resolution and with the last paragraph read aloud. Discussion? The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Fleming,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Kerwin,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Slater,
Yes.
Mayor Schilling,
Yes.
Councilmember Beltramini,
Yes.
Motion passes. Being that it's, go ahead, sir, you may leave. Being that it's 8:45, and we should take a break around 9, we have quite a few people that have signed up to speak in public comment, so we'll take a 5-minute break, come back, and begin with public comment. loud when I want. We're back, and we're here for public comment, items that are on the agenda or not on the agenda. And we'll do our usual procedure for those of you that know. For those of you that don't, I'll explain it. I will call the first 5 names, and you'll line up in the aisle there. And when we get to the 5th person, I'll call the next 5, and we'll keep going like that. You'll have 3 minutes on the clock. You can see the clock from your side. When your time is up, you'll relinquish the microphone to the next person. So we'll begin. Steve Toth, Alan Huderich, Paul Beck, Richard Peters, and Tim Burns, in that order. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Steve Toth. I'm the Executive Director of the Boys and Girls Club of Troy. I'm wearing my executive hat today to remind everyone that one of the best indoor events in Troy are about to happen this Sunday. Thanks to many volunteers, restaurants, and other businesses who support the Boys and Girls Club, we are going to host the 19th annual Taste of Troy. This event brings close to 1,000 people into the roof, under the roof of the San Marino Club, where everyone gets to enjoy samplings of great food from 35 restaurants in our community. By everyone working together, everyone having fun, this event raises approximately 10% of our operating budget. So I just want to remind everyone, especially those up front, if you have nothing to do this Sunday, forget about lunch, forget about dinner, come to the Taste of Troy, and you'll get to see a lot of your friends while you get to enjoy the restaurants and the friends and the support you'll give to our kids at the Boys and Girls Club. The second item I want to just share very quickly, recently I heard that one of our residents questioned why we need a Boys and Girls Club when we have a community center in Troy. I just want to remind everyone that the Boys and Girls Club is a safe and supervised environment for kids that are ages 6 to 18. They come to the Boys and Girls Club after school during the summertime to get help with homework, to enjoy a lot of recreational activities, to participate in a lot of youth development programs with the aim to make these young people stronger citizens in the future. This is all done to our Troy residents with a membership cost of only $50 for the year. And as much as we are a gracious community with a lot of strengths, I do wish to remind everyone that we also, as a nonprofit, support those who can't even afford the $50, and we give a lot of scholarships. So as we look at what the Boys and Girls Club does to provide for children in the community, I think we have a very serious impact, and I can share with you, when you look at the feet of the kids coming to the Boys and Girls Club, we anticipate, since the Boys and Girls Club opened a new facility in September 2006, that we'll surpass the 100,000 attendance mark this month. So we'll look forward to having a lot of fun, especially for that young person who will be number 100,000. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Alan Huderich? Alan, do you want to adjust the mic? There we go. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, my name is Alan Huderich. I work part-time for the city, have been a resident for 20 years, enjoyed a rewarding 15-year career at GM in Delphi, in stints that included communications, strategic planning, and a role in my final years as Community and Government Relations Manager at Delphi, with a huge role right here in Troy. I've been a stay-home mom, served as trustee and president of the Troy Foundation for Educational Excellence, served as production chair of the Troy High Band Boosters, my favorite role, and have volunteered in numerous capacities in our schools and at church. I've paid property taxes for 20 years. I was a registered Republican. I would now describe myself as an independent. I am not stupid. But 2 of you tied your names to propaganda mailed in the days just before the special election that would have you think all of us here at City Hall are. I am absolutely stunned and disillusioned that these 2 council members, Martin Hauerlach and Wade Fleming, allowed their names and their title as council members to be used on a mailing perfectly timed before the special election, asking for a no vote. It was a brilliantly concocted piece, to be sure. Half-truths are the norm of politics, and this document was loaded with them. The mailing resoundingly claims that no one at City Hall, the no one is underlined, gets how difficult these economic times are. No one? I get it, big time, and I resent the implication that we don't understand. Every employee I encounter also gets it. I have not met anyone who doesn't understand what we're facing. It's not personal, you might say to me, it's politics. Well, I take being accused of being absolutely clueless as personal. It affects how people see me and deal with me and my fellow employees. It fosters more bitterness and resentment, the very things true leaders in tough economic times work hard to keep at bay. But there your names are, right there under this slanderous comment. I see you as my employers, my bosses. I know now clearly how little you respect us and my fellow employees. We definitely get that. The mailing goes on to talk about boards and committees who were voting no against this millage. It implies that these groups took some sort of vote and wanted to oppose it. That's not true. There were members here and there, perhaps, but had there actually been taken votes on these boards and committees, I suspect their inclination would have been to vote yes. It goes on to list Troy Democrats as being opposed, but I know the club voted unanimously to support it. For the record, I know of at least 2 Republicans who voted yes as well. I could go on, but suffice it to say, I am so disappointed. And I am now done.
Folks, I'm going to ask you not to clap. If you appreciate what someone has said, fine. Could go both ways. Please, we need the time. We have 30 speakers. Plus, we have a full agenda and then the study session. So if you want to see some results, we need to keep moving along. Mr. Peters? Richard Peters?
PD, Mayor, Council, folks. I just want to call for the federal government to raise $100 billion, either a jobs bill for the cities or to bail up the states, and to relegate monetary policy to where it belongs, basically to keep the banks solvent and to promote savings and investment. And also, it could be paid by maybe the Bush tax, either that, or maybe to consider either on a federal or state level, professional athletes in the stadiums. I think they should be taxed, to be honest about it. Maybe they should be included with the federal government tax promotion of the wealthy, or maybe separately. But I think this is a big rip. It's just the people shouldn't have to keep going down this road with this stuff. So that's basically what I'm going to say. Thank you.
And before Tim Burns speaks, I'll call the next 5 people. James Savage, Barbara Klein, M.L. Geiger, Harry Philo, Kathy Martin. Would you please come behind Commissioner Burns in that order? Thank you.
Good evening.
Yes,
Tuesday, March 2nd, tomorrow, is the deadline for a program that we're fortunate to be able to keep this year for Oakland County. It's our part-time summer jobs program. This provides the opportunity for youth, high school students, college students to have internships and other part-time jobs during the summer. Job opportunities range from law clerking at the prosecutor's office to working as lifeguards at the county parks. For a full listing of all these job opportunities, you can go to my website, timothyburns.org. But again, the deadline to apply is March 2nd. Over the last few weeks, I've been sending out notices through my email newsletter, my Facebook page, and posted this on my website. But every year around April or May, I can check and see who has done search engine results and come to my website. And the number one result in April and May is always Oakland County summer jobs. Well, if you wait till April or May, you're not going to have a chance to apply. So if you know someone away at college, if you know someone here in town that is going to be in Troy over the summer and they're interested in this part-time job, have them apply. Again, they can go to timothyburns.org, and there's a link right there to get them to all the applications. But the applications have to be in by 4 p.m. Tuesday, March 2nd, which is tomorrow. Next, we all know times are tough, and I know a lot of residents have been talking to me when I've been around town about having problems and difficulties with their funds and their managing their finances. And I'm pleased to announce that on Saturday, March 13th, I'm going to be holding a Dollars and Cents Financial Forum at Walsh College. And we're going to have a lot of good financial experts there who can provide really valuable information, free of charge, no sales pitches, just common sense advice on how you can do better at managing your budget. If you're having problems with debt, what you can do. Some of the speakers are going to be Murray Feldman from Fox 2 and WWJ. You may know him from his Murray Money Minute segments. We're going to have Brian O'Connor from the Detroit News, who's our financial columnist. Jay McNamara, who's the president and CEO of Green Path Debt Solutions, and a couple of financial advisors who have agreed to donate their times and not pitch their services during the presentation. So it's going to be at Walsh College on Saturday, March 13th. And if you want more information, again, you can visit my website or you can call the county at 248-858-1092. But times are tough for a lot of us, and if you want some advice on how to keep the financial path going straight, and maybe if you're having some debt problems, we're going to have some free advice for you out there. It's a valuable seminar, and I encourage you to attend if you need some advice or some help. And finally, as past president of the Troy Community Coalition and a member of its executive board, I want to thank you for taking the liquor control license issues very seriously today, and for also referencing the work that we're doing in the community to prevent drug and alcohol abuse. And for more information on the coalition, you can go to troycoalition.com, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Before Mr. Savage starts, I would remind folks in the audience, if you have to have a conversation with someone that is nearby you, that you go out into the hall for that and not have your conversation while the meeting's going on. Thank you. Mr. Savage?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. A few years ago, after speaking against a proposed project here, I was threatened by a developer. And now, for what I'm saying, I could be making some very powerful enemies. So I would like to get off my chest what I have, all of it, and I've got a lot. I am speaking now, I believe, as a petitioner proposing a plan for the recovery of Troy, and I would like to be considered so. The result of last Tuesday's election should be no surprise to anyone. That is a paper, it's a full-page ad dated March 11th, 2004, and it says, vote yes on Proposal 6. Well, the people of Troy voted 4-1 against that proposal. 80% of the voters said no. In the last 10 to 12 years, Troy voters have voted against the administration on every count. Delphi tax issue. The people were against it. I'm going back about 10 years now. People were against it, but 4 out of 7 councillors pushed it through. At the next election, 2 of those 4 councillors stood for re-election. A young unknown kid opposed them and got as many votes as the 2 incumbents put together. His name was Martin Howlack. Mr. Fleming and Ms. Broomfield campaigned against the I-75 interchange and were easily elected. David Eisenbacher cast the deciding vote against the stadium project, and next time he ran for election, he got the highest number of votes in the Troy history. Check it out. Check the records of every Troy City public vote in the last 10 to 12 years. And then check who initiated and supported these ballot issues. That is where you will find you went wrong. You have been listening to the wrong people. In view of the time and effort and money that this administration spent to promote a yes vote and the resulting defeat, it would normally be expected that you all resign. But I hope none of you do that. Troy needs your experience, and I have never doubted your dedication and commitment. But it is very evident that you have been misled.
Okay.
If you had listened to me for the last 10 years, we would not be in this position.
Okay. Mr. Savage, we're only allowing people 3 minutes.
But this is not the end of the
Savage,
world. The nearest I ever came
Mr.
to the end of the
Savage,
world
Mr.
was
Sa-
as a kid in
I guess the
1940
police are
during
going to
the
have to
Battle of
come up and
Britain.
get him. We're only allowing 3 minutes
I
per
am
person.
asking to be listened to as a proponent of the restructuring of Troy. We have to do this something here.
There's a procedure for doing that, and it's not during the public comment section, sir.
I have been cut off so many times when petitioners have been allowed to speak for 45 minutes, and then I've been cut off at 3 minutes.
There's a procedure for doing that.
Maybe there's a council member will read the rest of my council comments.
Give to the clerk. And
Give them to the clerk. We'll be happy to read them.
And I would hope
Yes, ma'am.
normally the council comments on the comments. I would hope you do that.
Barbara Klein is our next speaker.
I was going to name this Nuts and Bolts, Nuts and Dolts in Camelot, but I'm changing it to Gathering of Eagles. Greetings, Council. It is March and I celebrate my Irish surname. I was born and raised a Picken, distantly related to T. Boone Pickens. He does not know me. I talked on Saturday to a bunch of alumni, doctors all mostly, at Wayne State University. I was told by a Dr. Noda of Troy, she admitted to me that she was from Troy, and she said that Ireland has become an extraordinary place, so maybe we need to use that as a model. Okay, Troy is for me Camelot. Zerling is Lancelot. He is brilliant. Most in this city who can afford the city are brilliant. And then along came Toyota. For years, that car company has been a palindrome. A palindrome is a word spelled the same way forward and backward. So I say a toy, whenever I look at the car. Isn't it fun? What we thought was so may not be so. Hummer is gone, the smart car exists, but maybe those extremes are no longer American. After all, many Americans do not subscribe to population control. In Michigan, we can and will deal with these interesting transportation problems. I have a great deal of faith in all of us. Oh yes, the Republicans are being very careful and possibly sitting on their hands hoping for a November that will give them a better opportunity. Reality, Gary Peters is being quite careful in the stronghold of Republican Oakland County. In Troy, there are those who say, go back and take the needed money from those things that you already are overcharging us for. Fun thing, an intelligent landowner will walk away from their Troy property possibly before the library community center police force shuts down. Who would buy in this city without the quality of life that once existed here? Camelot may exist in West Bloomfield. Nah, a library does. There is a way to find a life that Troy once provided at a bargain rate. Someone else will profit. There are those who say politicians use scare tactics to gain tax support. I am more afraid of my neighbors. You might not believe what they hold sacred. Some of them are wintering in Florida and unaware that their city is under siege. Buy Camelot? No. Buy Camelot. Thank you.
Mr. Geiger?
My wife and I have owned property and lived in Troy for over 42 years. I am disappointed that the millage was defeated last week. This was another slap at the Troy image, another Hooters fiasco, except this time it will cost us in lower property values. Who will move to Troy when the Troy is declining if the proposed cuts are enforced? Troy property values will decrease by more than the cost of the millage would have provided. I was further disappointed that some of our council members have worked to defeat the millage. It's just inconceivable to me that public officials elected to represent the citizens of Troy would support a degrading the city as it was. I have expected the elected representatives, after due diligence, to have prepared specific, positive, constructive action. You are here to make the best decisions for Troy, not to use this as a stepping stone for further political endeavor. At this point, I think there are two proposals that are needed to salvage Troy. First is a course of damage control, and second, a new vote of segmented millage, item by item. Some of the capital expenditures that seem to be concerning some of the voters involve other agencies, such as the Transit Center, whether you like it or not. Birmingham is involved, the federal government is involved. I think the county is probably involved with the Rochester Road project. And some of this, I don't believe, can be moved from capital expenditure to cover operating expenses. And surely the city manager didn't set the income by himself that has been reported in a negative manner to the people. I think a damage control, educational, and publicity campaign is with facts, not rumors, is even more important now. Maybe basic principles of local government 101 need to be presented to the Troy citizens. After the truth-finding and educational publicity campaign, I propose that this council be prepared to put forth to the people for a vote August of a regular state primary election, individual items. Item 1, the library. How much millage will it take to support the library?
Thank
and
you, Mr.
do that for all the other individuals' function. Please fire the community house and so forth.
Mr. Geiger, I have to cut you off. It's time. Thank you.
I hate to see the Troy, the city of tomorrow, become the city of the past in the near future.
Harry, is there anybody behind you? Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Kathy, I'm going to call the next 5 after you. Go ahead, Mr. Philo.
My name's Harry Philo. At the end of this month, I've lived in Troy for just about 23 years, and I am proud of the work that I have been doing with many others and continue to do to keep Troy safe and a great place to live and work. I want people to remember that over 7,000 people voted yes last Tuesday, and from young people to seniors and everyone in between. But because of the results of the single-issue election, services will have to be scaled back, and some of the quality of life services, including the library, community center, museum, and nature center, are scheduled to be closed. I think we as a community will have to make the best of it and work towards the future. I think we have to continue to reject the negative bullying tactics as they have emerged on this issue. Several speakers after the recent city council election talked about the need for this to happen, and yet this conduct is being perpetuated by a few people claiming to speak for Troy residents. I want to echo the remarks of the second speaker as well. Then my final remarks are, I had a very interesting experience on election day that I was carrying my Keep Troy Safe sign. There was another person carrying their Vote No sign. There were not many voters at that moment, so we started talking. We talked about how long we'd lived in Troy and discussed several other issues. Several voters came up to us and said they were surprised that we could talk together given the just completed campaign. We both said that of course we could, because no matter what the results of the election, we had to be able to work together for the future of our great city. I think that is the spirit of everyone working together, in which we have to ask our leaders in the city to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And before Mrs. Martin speaks, I'm going to call the next 5 speakers. Dick Scott, Diane Campbell, John Witt, Thomas Burke, and Jack Witt. Mrs. Martin.
Good evening, Mayor Shirley, Mayor, Council members. tonight with a written speech, but then experienced something right before coming to this meeting that I think is even more important to share. I was at dinner with 10 handicapped adults. For the first 45 minutes, they cried in fear over losing the community center. One message I would like to leave here is far too many consider themselves totally focused on fighting the tax collector, and far too many have forgotten Beatitudes. Whatever happens in this city reorganization, I do not want to see those of us who supported this have to spend a dime for more house insurance because you people were too selfish to share the burden for our city.
Mr. Scott?
Good evening. I'll be the first to admit that I didn't understand the protocol of tonight's meeting. My last time in this area was when Dick Doyle sat in your seat many, many years ago. I'd like to make a couple comments. First of all, my wife and I, we've been here 35 years. We've educated 3 sons in the Troy School District. And as we've started to hear about the tax increase, being both of us well on our way to retirement, we understood that, not understanding it, until we went to the meeting at the church, the last meeting 2 weeks ago. Did we understand what was really involved in it? Some way, for whatever reason, there was a sign in my yard voting against it. That night, when we came home from that meeting, the sign went away. What I would like to do is to challenge the council to authorize the city, or to the city manager, to develop a core group of businessmen that have business acumen to come back in 30 days with their recommendations on how to approach the shortfall over the 6 years.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is Diane Campbell. Yes.
Good evening. There were a lot of things said, a lot of rhetoric that made my blood just boil over this election. And I thought I needed to go look into some research of what some of this stuff was done and said. And the big thing today that I wanted to talk about was the Cadillac, retirements, and medical. I've never owned a Cadillac.
Mrs. Campbell, you have to...
Okay. I've never owned a Cadillac. I don't even know if I've even driven in one. So I went and I talked and I did some research. My research found that the retirements and medical resemble more of a Ford Escort. It's a compact economy car that will hopefully make your family feel comfortable as they go from place to place. It was Ford's first front-wheel drive and won numerous awards. Then I found out in approximately 1999, they introduced a new type retirement system. And in my opinion, Ford Escort went right into the Ford Focus for these employees that work here. Again, another economy, compact car for these employees to hopefully be able to put their family in as they continue to do service with this city. Again, numerous awards and a family car. And the worst part that bothered me is you compared what these real employees and workers have done in the years of service that they put in here to pieces of metal. They're hoping they don't have to get a second car when they leave this place. And my research showed that a lot of these employees that have left, some of them driving Pacers, are getting second cars. Councilwoman Beltramini, Mayor Schilling, Councilwoman Kerwin, I applaud the years that you've put into this and are striving to bring business and some revenues back into this. Councilman Slater, Councilwoman McGinnis, I applaud your fresh ideas, the things that you're going to be able to bring, as I can say, maybe non-politicians, in your vision of the city. I consider myself, I think, a conservative person. I have to tell you, I believe our tea has been soured with spoiled milk. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Witt?
Good evening. I want to start out with, I want to congratulate and thank Council members Fleming and Hallorak because they had the foresight and they had the will to take the appropriate position on this initiative. And as you know, those who were opposed to the 29% increase in the general operating millage won, and it wasn't even close. It was almost 2-1. But the result might have been different. If a majority of the City Council and the City Manager had not rushed this and first had real negotiations to reduce wage and benefit costs, had reduced monies dedicated to projects to help address the budget shortfall, the result might have been different. If a majority of the Council had not gone for such a high increase, 29%, the highest of any initiative in Southeast Michigan to date, certainly in terms of a percentage of general operating millage. And the result might have been different if a majority of the Council had not engaged in the tactics that it had, trying to make getting $40 million more than you otherwise would get sound like a reduction, trying to stifle any viewpoints other than your own, apparently pushing the League of Women Voters to cancel the participation of Troy Citizens United in their so-called debate, by using the non-representative elitist Troy Chamber of Commerce to push your view, by sending out a millage mailer saying that everything will be closed if this fails, when logic says, and you know it is not true. These tactics did not work. The residents of Troy are informed and they are intelligent. Finally, the result might have been different if 6 months ago or so you had not hired back a city manager and then let him double dip to the tune of $220,000 and run a side consulting business at the same time.
Mr. Witt, I'm going to interrupt you and then I'll give you time to finish.
Yes.
The city manager's salary is $133,000. It is public record.
Can I speak now?
And if you would please include your pensions in your discussions and be fair about it. Now, you
I
may
have
continue.
no pension. I have no pension. Okay, and I have no retiree medical.
You may
Okay?
continue. Go
And
ahead.
I want additional time put on that.
I
because that
am
was
putting additional
interruption.
time on for you.
I said double dip. I think everybody knows what double dipping means, okay? He's receiving a current pension, okay, currently paid. Most entities in the public sector, I know this in fact, will require that the pension be suspended if an employee receiving a pension from that entity returns, okay? He's receiving a current pension and he's receiving a regular paycheck and he was permitted to run a consulting business. I'm just explaining why the vote might have been closer. That became a real negative. I had more comments about that. The only thing that came close was the tactics engaged in. These are facts. And I guess we should thank you for your boldness, that is a majority, because it certainly helped secure an overwhelmingly no vote. However, this is still our city, yours and mine, and you still are the council, and I realize your job can be a thankless one. Our goal at TCU is to maintain jobs, especially in key areas like police, and to maintain important services like the library. This can be done by looking at adjusting expensive benefits, not just for new hires, but for others too, and addressing wages, and especially by moving away from expensive projects that don't help preserve a single job or a key service. What we offer going forward at TCU is any help that myself or anybody else can give in providing a focus in addressing the challenges you have. There's absolutely no reason for the library to be closed. There's no reason for major layoffs, particularly in key areas, and there's no reason for privatization in a major way, and it really concerns me that we have, in addition to everything else, the city manager who throws around these terms without apparently realizing the obligation to negotiate with the unions about such a decision, that he talks about furlough days as if they're the exact same thing as hourly wage reductions, and last, that he tried to leverage his negotiations against the city voters by suggesting his approach to negotiations was they will agree to furlough days if you pass this millage. 30 years of labor relations experience, I've never seen such a tactic. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burke?
I have a handout for council. I think I'm supposed to deliver here. Before we all get carried away about talking of what might happen or all this anxiety, let's talk about what the council's plan for what will happen is. I've printed out, I'm handing out a copy of a page from the Troy website that I'm referring to as the Schilling-Zerlich plan for next year. Let's talk about what's happening next year, because next year's real. Next year says, regardless of whether the millage passed or it didn't pass, there's $1.5 million budget deficit. Not $9 million, not $40 million, not $22 million. It's $1.5 million. And what was going to happen was a reduction in service at the library, not a close of the library, and the same at the museum and the nature center. But, as once again, this was put together before any employee concessions were put together. And as you'll hear later in this meeting, in one of the, I think N01, the concessions already in place are $1.5 million. So the budget's balanced for next year. There's no reason to close anything. There's no reason to curtail any of the service for next year. That is your plan. That's not my plan. That's not the citizens' plan. That's the mayor, that's the council, and that's the city manager's plan. So let's just be very clear. Let's not overdo things. We're balanced for next year, unless it becomes political. That's the economics. There is no curtailment of any of this stuff. It could get political. That's political suicide. I can't prevent that. But let's look at the facts. That's what they are. Now, one other thing I'd like to say is those concessions are from 219 employees. They don't include any reconsideration that the police may want to add. Obviously, the police concession was contingent upon a yes vote, and that did not take place. Our police are very honorable, very fair individuals. They would not allow half of the employees to bear the full burden. I believe if the city manager would readdress this, it would be clear that the police will do the right thing and join in. That does not even balance the budget. That puts $500,000 to $1 million of surplus into next year. Two last things I'd like to add. Mr. Savage earlier talked about the stadium and the conference center ideas. If either of those had passed, Troy would be bankrupt today. Somebody else said, let's talk about being Irish. I'm Irish too. Ireland overspent like crazy in the good times and is bankrupt today. Thank you.
Before the next speaker, I'm going to call the next 5 people, please, to line up behind. We have Bruce Bloomingdale, Diane Salter, Paul Beck, Marianne Bernardi, Gordy Shepke, and I'll call the 6th one, Kumar Bhatt. Go ahead, Mr. Witt.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Obviously, first of all, I want to reiterate, we all know that the result and the message from last Tuesday was very clear. From every corner of this city, every precinct in the city, the residents spoke. They said, no tax increase. I was proud to join them in voting no, and once again, I want to publicly thank Councilman Hollerack and Mayor Pro Tem Fleming for standing on the side of Troy residents. They seem to be the only two right now at the council table who are in tune with Troy residents. But now the tough work begins. Going forward, we must find a way to balance the budget without raising taxes. I've just provided a handout to the City Council of budget containment suggestions. The first group of suggestions are to draw down and, where possible, liquidate and transfer funds set aside for several different areas. Obviously, this will preserve jobs and services. I mean, it simply doesn't make sense when we're talking about closing city facilities, laying off police officers, cutting core services to have money sit in unreserved funds for non-core and non-essential services. So, for example, we have reserve funds for brownfield redevelopment, civic center improvement, trails. Then we have a fund balance, which, according to the city manager's plan, would go to over 20%, which is totally unnecessary, and a transit center to nowhere. Let me ask the council tonight, is it really worth spending millions upon millions of dollars keeping them in these funds when we're talking about cutting police, closing the library? Any logical, common sense person would say that makes no sense. Now let's look at some other costs. How about leasing and contracting out golf course operations? It's very simple. In these tough economic times, the city of Troy should not be in the golf business. The entire golf department should be privatized, and we should lease and contract out the golf course operations. Also, the transit center. I think we should simply cancel it. And even though we're only putting in $1.5 million to it, the ongoing operation costs are endless. We have no commitment from anybody to help us pay those operation costs. Can we really afford another Sanctuary Lake boondoggle? I think not. We should also review disbanding the DDA and allocating that debt to other taxing authorities. Once again, a DDA might be nice when times are really good and that we can have fancy development projects, red brick at Big Beaver in Rochester, fountains, new parks. Not in these tough times when we need to spend our money on core services. We need to look at combining departments and eliminating, when appropriate, department heads. We should not just be saying, let's eliminate the lower paid service employees. No, we have to look at the management as well. We should consider eliminating one assistant city manager position. Frankly, most cities do not have 2 assistant city managers. That might be excessive in these economic times. It's something we need to look at. We need to basically freeze expenditures. I mean, the staff is suggesting a 2% annual increase even in these tough economic times. That's simply unacceptable. We need to find a way to freeze expenditures. But now let's look at the big item, which is 70% of our general fund budget, employee benefits and compensation. We need to recalculate the pension contributions using current data and adjust the budget. And those pension contributions are based on when the stock market was much lower where it was today, 25-30% lower. We must do that. And I have a whole other set of things that we can do to cut costs, save jobs, and protect core services. And that's what we should be doing, not thinking about raising taxes again or closing city facilities. Thank you.
Mr. Bloomingdale, is that your water, Mr. Witt?
No, it's Mr. Savage's.
Oh, thank you.
Well, good evening. I came down to make some positive remarks, but I think I'll start with the negative. I'm dressed like a working man because that's what I am. I've lived in this town for 40-some years, and I'm not real impressed with people wearing suits who want to put the burden or the solve problems on the back of people that work for us. But that doesn't make it for me. That's not what I came here for. I came here to say thanks to several people. And the first is the city manager. I appreciate the fact that he identified our city's financial crisis, and I think in a timely manner. By that I mean as he got the information, he did not sit on it. I think he presented it as he realized it. And I believe he did it in an open and honest and forthwith manner. I was impressed with the fact that we even hired an outside consultant or observer or somebody to verify what we were thinking as a community or as a governing body. Especially I congratulate him for maintaining his composure when a lot of us didn't. My hat's off to you, sir, and I say thank you for a good job. Council, and incidentally, I'm retired, so I don't need a job, so I'm not here looking for a job. And I'm retired because I work for companies that paid a good pension. And I worked hard for it. And I put in some of my own money for it. So I'm not embarrassed at all about the fact that we take care of the people that work for us and do a good job. I thank the council for bringing this issue to us for our vote. Doing so with reasonable ideas and solutions. I think for developing a comprehensive plan that involved everybody, asking something from the citizens, the employees, I'm assuming the suppliers, everybody that impacts our financial status. I thank you for that. I thank you for bringing that to a vote. I guess I've already said enough about the employees, but I'm going to continue on. I was impressed with some of the leadership in our employee groups who understood the problem and, to the best of my knowledge, cooperated and stood up and took wage concessions to help us out. I'm proud of each and every one of them. And I want them to know this issue didn't fail on my vote. I thank the police department for showing up every time we call them. We call them several times. We've got speeders in our street. Isn't that interesting? That's the biggest problem we got in our town, is people speeding on our streets. I thank the DPW for the fine work they do. My streets are out of time.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Mary Ann
Good luck to you.
Mary Ann Bernardi.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just would like to know if we're happy now. All of Troy is in upheaval. We have neighbors snarling at neighbors. We even tonight just now witnessed somebody attacking somebody because they wore a suit. Pretty sad. Never thought I'd see that here in Troy. We have people trying to defame other people, trying to defame their motives, and all because they don't agree with them. Pretty sad. Our reputation as an exemplary city has been trashed. It's been destroyed. Mayor, I do not think that it was even 1 year ago that you were trying to convince us that we needed to tear down our library and erect a brand new one to the tune of $40 million. And today, we are being told that we do not even have the money to keep our library operating. And I ask you, is it any wonder to you that the people of Troy do not trust anymore? A few days ago on Channel 7, a very nice looking lady was asked what she thought about the results of the election. She was coming out of the library. She shook her head and she said that she loved the library. She said, but, and I quote, "It was the way it was done. You just don't threaten your residents. You just don't do that. Nobody does that." End of quote. I don't know who she was. I don't even know if she lives in Troy. I believe that the only reason that you would now follow through on all the threats that were made is to save face. City Council is now in a position of having to choose between its own face-saving interests and the interests of the city of Troy. And by the way, I want to stop right here. It's not my talk. And I want to thank you, Martin Hawrylak. I want to thank you, Wade Fleming, for having the courage to stand with the people. And I don't mean that to say the people on the other side. I'm not saying anything negative about them. But the majority of the people, as the election showed, shared the view that you stood up for it. And I thank you for it. And I'm doing that because you've come under attack. And I wanted to take time. I don't think we should be attacking people. I really don't. Especially people who donate, all of you donate a lot of time. You don't agree with me, I still respect you. I respect your sacrifice. All right, City Council, all right, I said that. This could have been and should have been prevented. Threats should never have been sanctioned by this council. The people of Troy have shown that they were wise enough to see that in the long run, the only way to save what we love most dear about our city was to send a message that spending priorities must change. I have ideas and don't have time to go into them. Thank you.
Before Mr. Shipke begins, I'll call the next 5 people. Is Kumar Bhatt here? That was the next name that I called, but I don't see. Perhaps they're coming up. Rhonda Hendrickson, Jeannie Stein, Deborah DeBacker. Thomas Burke's name's on here, but he's already spoken, so I'm not going to call him again. Neil Yashinsky. Yes, Mr. Shipke?
Mayor, Council, I appreciate the opportunity to come up here and share a few thoughts tonight. I'd like to again thank Martin Hawrylak and Wade Fleming for their courage to stand up in the minority and to stand up for what they believed in. I think as Americans it behooves us all, regardless of the popularity of something, and I think basically their position is more popular than they're more or less in line with the taxpayers in Troy. I called Martin years ago the moral compass of the council, and that still holds true today. Fiscal leadership is critical in these very dire times that we're in. The criteria of this council, I think, should be city services. I appreciate the no vote that the voters got out and gave to give you some notice where they stand. Despite many half-truths, misrepresentations, and double talk, the millage was soundly defeated in these tough times that we face. I am not a member, but I'd like to thank Troy Citizens United for the With their limited funds, they were still able to get the message out. We live in a very divided community on the face of things, but there are several things we agree on. Everything should be on the table in these tough times, and there should be no new capital spending. We want our community centered. It isn't fair because it's almost self-sufficient. It wouldn't take much to keep it, and there wouldn't be a large cost. We agree on keeping our library open, and many of us want the DDA defunded because they throw money around like water, so they don't have to turn it back to the city coffers. We should not be in any kind of speculative business ventures like Sanctuary Lake. It should be shut down or privatized. We love our police department. We have excellent police protection, and we can't speak highly enough of them. And we don't think there should be layoffs in these areas. You are our representatives. Represent our best interests, please. You will be held accountable by the voters. Thank you.
And next we'll have Rhonda Hendrickson.
Thank you. My name is Rhonda Hendrickson, and while I'm a member of a board in the city tonight, I am not speaking on their behalf. I am a 20-year resident and a private citizen tonight. I want to express my disappointment at the ugly tone of the recent millage election. I feel that it divided us, neighborhood and neighbor. The city needs to institute an ethics policy to set forth guidelines for appropriate behavior and language in campaigns and campaign literature. Before this city holds another election of any kind, you must make certain that there is a defined ethics policy. I was very angry when I received a signed letter from a sitting city councilman paid for by a PAC urging neighbors to vote no in this election. Neighbors that received that letter told me they felt that it was at the very least inappropriate and at the most unethical for him to do so. You will all have your points of view and you have your right to state them, but to be bankrolled by a PAC to do it is wrong and renders you a bias in favor of and no longer independent from that group on any forthcoming city business. In addition, I was incensed to get a mailing that listed the names of 8 boards in Troy as having members of those organizations supporting a no vote. The names of the individual members were not listed, but the names of the boards were. I personally telephoned the representatives of those boards, and not a single one of those 8 passed a resolution, as they must do, to support a no vote as a group. In fact, when I asked one of the boards if they had, I was told that it was a blatant lie. Naming the organizations and not the individual members was deceiving, misleading, and unethical. It should never be allowed, and I personally think that any individual that condoned that organization's name to be listed should resign their seat immediately, and because they are not acting in good faith on the behalf of their organization, but for their own personal gain. Regarding the library, I heard at forums and in the press that the No Group thinks that librarians are overpaid and that the library should be run by volunteers. That is insulting and ridiculous. I would venture that people who make that statement have never managed a volunteer organization. Librarians are skilled individuals who hold master's degrees in library science, and salaries for librarians are well below the average in the private sector for that level of education, and many of those positions are not even full-time. I don't imagine that those same people recommending a volunteer library would appreciate voters going into their offices and suggesting that their job should be done by a volunteer or that they make too much money. So let's be respectful of professionals who may lose their livelihoods in this discussion. And finally, regarding the threat of a recall made by the No Group to city council members that vote to close quality of life venues, their attempts to influence this elected body with threats because they don't like the consequences of their win are unconscionable and tear at the fabric of this community. The closings of city venues were a stated outcome of a no win. Sacrifices will have to be made, and efforts by this group to get a no vote has hastened them. You can't have your cake and eat it too. No voters will have to live with the consequences of that, just as yes voters have to live with the outcome of this election. Thank you.
Jeannie Stein.
I am a almost 50-year resident. And to say that I was disappointed with the outcome of last week's election is putting it mildly. Even with the additional 1.9 mil increase, Troy would still have one of the lowest tax rates of cities in Oakland County. and we all know that. Our city taxes are only 1/4 of our entire tax bill. So I would say we get quite a big bang for our buck. It's hard to imagine that the people who live in Troy actually want to close the library, the community center, the museum, and the nature center. But I guess the majority of the voters have shown that they do not regard them as special amenities. They can live without them. The no voters prevailed, and they should have known in advance that a no vote meant no library, no community center, no museum, and no nature center. This was made abundantly clear through admonitions from the council and the city administration. They told us a no vote would close those facilities. In Sunday's Oakland Press, Mr. Goslin and Mr. Backer threatened a recall of elected officials if there was even the slightest threat of closure of the library. This is hypocrisy at the highest level. After all, those two were staunch supporters of Troy Citizens United who publicly misrepresented facts in order to garner the prevailing no vote, so that city administration would be forced to take the extreme fiscal measures set before them. It is tough, but the city must keep its credibility. Without it, we are nothing.
Thank you. Are you Komar? Sir, who are you? The person, not the camera guy. You. Yes. Who are you?
Neil Yashinsky.
What is your name?
Neil Yashinsky. You called my name?
I
might be out of order.
Deb DeBacher is next, and then you, sir. That's why I indicated. I had called another name, the person never came. So you'll be next. Go ahead,
Okay.
Mrs. DeBacher.
Before I start talking, I'd just like everyone to note that everyone who opposed the millage is up here trying to make constructive remarks to help us get through this. So, and we are not being nasty like some other people are. I would like to say that the mayor and council, you've been elected by the people to represent their wishes. And last Tuesday, the people of Troy sent you a message. No matter if you didn't like it or not, they said, back to the drawing board. Cut, 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 our citizens said. Bring benefits to equal what they get. Cut the capital projects. Freeze the capital spending. Unlike some of the things I'm seeing to be voted on today, like buying command buses and more trails, things like that. We know we have to cut back, and you can too. But don't close things from spite, please. We know that if you can implement a lot of these things, you wouldn't have to. We would have a couple years to figure it out. Privatization plans and cost-saving ideas that are flooding into you as council people, we know, in emails. But let's start out with bringing the check register online so that everyone can know and trust you from what is being spent. All those things will give us that time. Now, how has Oakland County been able to solve its budget problems without raising our taxes? The answer is simple. The direction came from the top. Brooks Patterson hired Bob Datto, their executive director, the same Bob Datto that appeared before this council. He is a university-respected financial manager and found the means to balance his budget. And I know what he's like. I used to work for him. He's the county's financial shark. And who is Troy's shark, Madam Mayor? You are in charge of directing this project. We need sharks, not guppies. We need crisis financial managers that can think outside the box. Southeastern Michigan has an abundance of CEOs and CFOs who've learned to make far harder decisions than those facing Troy, and they became sharks. So we need to hire some sharks, if we don't have any here, and have those people do what they have had to do to survive in business for our city.
And before the next, Neil, you can come forward, but I'm going to call the next. I have 3 more speakers. Is there anyone else after these 3? Because that's going to be it. Tony Haddad, Gary Skavinsky, and Kathy Fusionary. Yes, go ahead, Neil.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Neil Yushinsky. I have been a resident of Troy for 5 years. In addition to bringing my family here, I also own a business in the city as well. And I'd like to first off say that I was disappointed with the elections result. I actually also work in a capacity as an election inspector, typically as the chairman of Precinct 16. And in my capacity there, I've had the opportunity to work with Tony and Barbara and their staff, and they're great. And I think that one of the reasons that typically we have very smooth elections is because we have skilled professionals. It makes me very sad to hear people think that we can balance the budget on the backs of those employees who I know have already taken some pay cuts in the past. I am here to suggest my own solution. I would be perfectly happy to pay the increase in taxes that I voted yes for, regardless of whether everyone else in this room felt they were able to. I understand that we're in tough times economically, and if people didn't think that they could afford extra money, maybe they have undergone a layoff, as I was a few years ago. You know, that's fine. I say for the citizens who are still willing to invest in the city and make an extra contribution, we should be open to accepting money from those who are able to afford it, even if some people decide that they don't want to pay for a library. You know, I might even be able to pay a little extra because I think that's really important. I think it's disappointing that we seem to have lost our willingness to invest in our communities. That's, to me, what this issue is about. Do we want to remain one of the best communities in the city, or do we feel it's okay? Maybe Birmingham will be the best city in the area, or maybe Bloomfield Hills. These are the choices that we have. We can either continue to strive to be great, or we can fall back on our laurels and our past accomplishments. You know, we have a great tax base, and, you know, at the declining rate, we could hold on for a while. But are we going to be moving forward? Are we going to be living up to the city of tomorrow today? Not without, you know, being realistic about how the budget has continued to decline and decline. But the population has been relatively stable. So if you expect to maintain the same level of services with less budget and the same population, it just doesn't happen. And it's really disappointing to hear people of leadership saying that, decrying this as a tax increase when, as I understand it, because of the decreasing property values, we actually may even pay less taxes than we have historically paid. And if that is the case, then I really don't see what the big issue is. If we're actually going to be paying less taxes than we would have under the existing millage with the property values that we know we don't have anymore, I honestly, to me, that seems like a very reasonable compromise, to be supporting the city at the same level we have in the past. If we want our city to be as good as it was in the past, we should be willing to support it at the same level. Thank you for your time today.
The next speaker is Tony Haddad.
Thank you for allowing me to speak with you tonight. I am very mad, very upset. My son's constitutional rights have been violated. My son is Sergeant Joseph Haddad in the Troy Police Department. He's a retired Command Sergeant Major, U.S. Army, 24 years, a war veteran. I need your help to help my son. My son needs to be protected. His constitutional rights need to be protected. I need to ask the council, all of you, the citizens of America, the city manager, the chief of police, if you can hear me, to have a resolution that anyone would harass my son for exercising his constitutional rights in the voting, the past voting, they should be fired. It is your duty as a council members, please, to advertise to all the city of Troy and tell them you need to praise Joseph Haddad for exercising his constitutional rights honestly. The city manager should round the city employees and tell them that shouldn't happen. It is not the American way of living. The chief of police should have a roll call to all the officers and let them know that he's not going to tolerate any behavior.
Okay. Mr. Haddad,
Yes.
please don't scream.
Okay.
Thank you.
I said I'm mad. I am very
I
upset.
know.
Yeah.
I know.
So, please, you need to do something about this. Somebody has to help my son. He is being harassed. And one of the harassment, just so you know, the deputy fire chief, Keith, he will flip a finger to my son at the 2nd precinct when he was campaigning for no vote. I just want everybody to know that. So this is somebody has to do something about this. Somebody has to talk, and Joseph Haddad, my son, he pledged that he put his life on the line to protect the police officer from being laid off. And all the citizens united, they pledge that nothing is going to happen to the police department. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Yes, sir. Come forward. Is Gary Skavnicki?
Gary Skavnicki, yes.
Yes.
After that, I don't even know what I'm going to say. Well, my wife and I have been
You can fix
residents.
the mic so you can stand up. There you go.
My wife and I have been residents in Troy since 1973, 37 years. Raised 3 daughters, graduated from Troy at Troy Athens in Troy, built 3 houses in Troy. And we've lived in a city that has been really, we are Ohioans to begin with, and this is the only place we would ever live, Troy. It's a beautiful city. It's a wonderful city. One of the safest cities with 75,000 population. It was named a year ago. The police protection is great. The city streets, there's not a complaint. I was very upset that the millage did not pass because we watch the millage rates of the city of Troy. We have friends that live in Bluefield Hills. We have friends that live in Royal Oak. Ours go down. They were 52, they were 51, they were 50, they were down to 48. You see this going down. And yes, the evaluation of the properties were going up, but 3 years ago, they started to go down. So if your house was worth $150,000, it was only worth $140. It's then $130, then it's $120. And these taxes that we pay that are necessary for the city to to do its business are going down. In a household when the husband or wife, both working, have reductions in pay, they have to cut costs. There's no one that's going to help them. They can't go to the taxpayers. But this is a city that is protecting all of us, and I'm hoping that they will, just to make it as short as possible, certainly the library, which we use constantly, I hope that it doesn't close, and we have to come back with a plan to maybe put a specific, like, 0.5 for the library, 0.5 for the I don't know what you call those, sports facilities, et cetera. Those are not the important thing as far as I'm concerned. But it's a great city to live in, and I'm hoping that, I think the other thing is that the voters of Troy were probably swept up with this whole American reduction of taxes things and not thinking about this great city that we live in. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Kathy Bucineri.
Hello, everyone. In the aftermath of this election, there's a few points I'd like to make. People complained about Mr. Zerlag not bringing his financial crisis to the council sooner. He was hired and salary decided at the July 9th council meeting, 8 months ago. The vote was Schilling, Beltramini, Broomfield, Eisenbacher, Fleming, and Kerwin voting yes. Howrelak, is that correct? Voting no. On September 5th, Mr. Zerlag looked at the financial position and brought it to City Council, or by September 5th, as the previous city manager had. Bottom line, due to the declining revenue line, there's no money to keep these facilities open. Either we close them or we increase the revenue. Those are the options. City Council, sitting at that time, refused to put it on the ballot. However, after the November election, there was a shift in the majority, and people were given the opportunity to speak on the 1.9 mil increase. On February 23rd, the voters turned down the millage. How can you now be surprised that services and facilities will be lost? Did they not hear a word that was said since September? This is not the responsibility of the council or management. This is a responsibility of the voters. You voted, you said what you wanted, and now you're mad you're going to get it. I've read online and in the paper several suggestions to cut the cost and keep facilities open. I'd like to touch on a few of these. One was to separate the library from operations and give it a couple mills to operate independently. Hello, we could have kept everything going for less than that. Another was to insist that citizens sit down with department heads asking questions and demanding their input be initiated. Again, that's been going on for years. For 14 8-week sessions, 16 citizens of Troy who were interested in what was going on in our government gathered with department heads, asked questions, and made suggestions. It was called Citizens Academy. Where were the people then who were demanding, this input? The third one was that we should rely on other communities to provide the services we don't want to pay for, such as the library or youth services, soccer leagues in Rochester. Do you really think that other communities who are paying taxes to support their facilities are going to want to share them with us at no cost? Whoever came up with this idea probably runs an extension cord over to the neighbor's house and uses their electricity. All of the suggestions for cuts or savings put together won't put this Humpty Dumpty together again. They're fairy tales. And on the news tonight, Royal Oak said they're cutting $16 million. Do you think they're willing to share? Thank you.
Mr. Spillers and Mrs. Daniels, you signed up to speak. Is there anyone else? We have the sign-up procedure for people to sign up. I don't know why you folks didn't sign up. Well, come and get in line, anybody that's going to speak, because we're going to hear for 3 minutes each person, and then we're going to continue on with the meeting and then have our study session. Mr. Spillers?
Yes, thank you. I'm a business owner here in the city of Troy. I just want to touch on a couple of things. It seems to be the Transit Center has been thrown into the thrust of this whole millage discussion. Just to make some clarifications, once again, the Transit Center is 100% paid for, mostly by federal funds, so it's going up in April. And when it goes up in April, jobs will follow, guaranteed. Operational costs will not be paid by the citizens, but by the usage of the Troy-Birmingham Transit Center. In regards to the Tuesday, February 23rd, 2010 millage election in Troy, I want to say the will of the people spoke, and we all respect their wishes. However, I cannot stop thinking of all those workers I met, all those stories, all the accomplishments by every department to deliver #1 ranking services while still working on a shoestring budget. I met a DPW worker who just had a baby and now will be laid off due to the millage being rejected. Yet the attitude, it's happened to me in the private sector, then it should happen in government sector, is a spirit that lacks compassion for your fellow man and knowledge of the difference between private and public entity and government services. When will our state's attitude towards investing in education, transit, our community, and even the contentious healthcare issue change? We are losing the battle globally. However, the leadership of the No Vote campaign, Troy, Clausen Republican Forum, Troy Citizens United, and the Oakland County Tea Party, and those who oppose the millage on the city council, I say the ball is now in your court. Yes, we all can work together to come up with solutions, yet that election was not a notch in your cap for political success, and now you take a back seat. It's a referendum from the people that now you are on the clock, and you must provide a solution to Troy's looming budget shortfall. In the end, you must convince the people of Troy that your plan, wherever it is and whatever it is, will keep the city running and not disrupt the quality of life of Troy residents. The Troy residents of Troy are looking for your solution. Your plan must be diligent and backed by credible individuals who consult governments on fiscal issues, or by the county or by the state. You must take the long, hard steps to prove your plan will work, just as city government provided residents the last 5 months. Merely throwing out suggestions, then washing your hands and thinking you hit the jackpot is not what the voters of Troy gave you power to levy in that election. Demand for services will continue to go up, and we will continue to see the demand for services demand for services will go up and not be able to catch up with the proposed cuts and reforms made by the opposition. I say this with all sincerity to those who mounted the opposition against the millage. You will need to work harder than you have ever worked in your life to lead this so-called new initiative of fiscal responsibility in Troy. You are replacing Michigan's #1 municipal government services and workers, a task I pray is successful for the sake of the people of Troy and the sake of your reputation.
Ms. Daniels?
I'm coming here tonight to reiterate what we've said all along. We're not opposed to good services from the city. We want our city to be successful and honorable, and we want to have as many services available to us as possible, but we have to look at the reality of the situation, and that's all we've done is we've kind of said, okay, now let's work within the constraints that we have. There just wasn't any more money in the pot to be able to give to city government when in fact we could see by looking at different aspects of the budget that there are areas that could be cut, and I believe that you all know that as well as we do, in fact better than we do, because you have access to the numbers that we don't have. What we don't like is when you do come to us and ask us for something, don't try to scare us by threatening to close down the library. We all love our library very, very much, and we will do whatever it takes to make sure that we can keep our library open because it's valuable. It's a part of the wonderful, vibrant community that we have, and likewise for the community center. If it means that we have to pay fees for certain services, then we're going to do that. We're all adults, and without a lot of flowery rhetoric, let's work together. Troy Citizens United wants a vibrant city, and we believe the way to achieve it is to keep money in the pocket of the citizenry and to have government become as fiscally responsible as you possibly can. And as I said before, you know better than we do where you can cut and what you can do to make our city stay at the higher end of the cities around the community. Maybe we can't be a full-service community, but we're not going to be the only ones that are going to have cut services. We're all in the same economic turmoil together, and I'm just hoping that we can act like adults and stop any of this bickering and name-calling and threatening. Let's just work together and get the job done with the resources that we have available for us. Thank you very much.
And I don't have your name, sir.
Franco Manzini.
Yes.
Mayor, councilman, councilwomen. Well, the playing field has been leveled, so to say. We now all have to work together, putting our hands together, putting our heads together. The idea of easily passing a tax increase to solve our problems only puts a little Band-Aid on it. Now the idea of actually making cuts and looking at all formulas, looking at all department heads, looking at all funds that are available to the city, available to your staff, we need to put our heads together. We need to set up subcommittees. I know you've done that in the past. I know you had committee services put together with council people and city managers and directors of all departments, but now the real work is at hand. We need to work together, work diligently, and we need to cut corners where it doesn't affect the public safety, doesn't affect the children and the education base that we've set up so well here in Troy. So let's put our hands, let's put our heads together, let's work together. Thank you.
I don't have your name either.
Shalimar Cook. I'm here to discuss an issue about the City Council recently approved a contract extension for the AFSCME, and you did so prior to the millage being voted on.
For AFSCME?
Yes.
Yes.
My concern about that is I don't see that you guys have negotiated very hard with city employees, specifically unions, to bring down the costs of labor in this city. And I don't understand why on earth you would have voted on that prior to the millage we would have been in a much better position to have negotiated with them after the millage failed. Correct?
Is that the end of your comment, ma'am?
I think you guys are not looking at all avenues of how to save money for the city. I think that some things have been untouchable. You've put some things off limits. And when revenues decrease, you can't do that. When my budget decreases, when I don't have the income, everything is on the table. Everything. I have to look at everything in my household budget. And you guys need to do the same thing. Nothing can be off limits. I don't think you guys are looking outside the box. I don't think you guys are looking at other ways to either increase revenues or cut costs. I've heard people talking about how volunteerism and laughing about it. Well, you know what? My city, my hometown, faced a problem with our budget. Our library faced closure, and we found volunteerism to be a very positive step in keeping our library open and open hours so that our students could continue using it. So I think we need to be open to some other alternatives, and I think we need to renegotiate our employment contracts.
Okay, our next speaker, I don't have your name, sir. Pardon?
John Vert.
John Vert.
I came in here to say one thing, and I've completely changed my idea what I was going to say. But I want to thank everyone here. I know how hard your job is, and I think our biggest problem that I have with what's going on is I hate to see everything lumped together. I think each thing has to be taken, and this has been suggested earlier, that each thing has to be taken as its own cost entity. The library, the community center, the police, everything else, you have to take them separate from one another and see what they can do. Because I know, like the community center, it would take a very bad business major to make that into a paying proposition. There's nothing to it. I think also that the two people who put out the letter saying no, at the end, it's incumbent on them to make a budget that shows us how to put this all back together. I think they took that onus on when they said no at the last minute, and I would like to see that as soon as possible from those two gentlemen. Other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Okay, then that's the end of the public comment section, and we'll continue on with regular business. And our first item is City Council nominations, and it is for the Building Code Board of Appeals. We had an applicant send in a resume. Mayor Pro Tem Fleming, you want to bring his name forward? Was it Robert Chope?
Resolved that the Troy City Council hereby forwards the name of Robert Chope to serve on the boards and committees as indicated at the next regular City Council meeting for action. The Building Code Board of Appeals for a 5-year term expiring January 1st, 2015.
Do we have a second?
Robert Chope.
Do we have a second? Seeing no second.
Second.
Oh, Councilman Howard. Moved by Councilman Fleming, seconded by Councilman Howard, that Robert Chope be nominated for the Building Code Board of Appeals. Discussion?
Madam Mayor,
Councilwoman Beltrame?
I will explain why I hesitated to second this, because usually I'm Johnny on the spot if somebody has bothered to do this. But in looking at places that need to be reevaluated, one of them is our boards and committees, particularly as staff is diminished. And even if we find some very creative solutions, staff's going to be working harder, and supporting 33 boards and committees may not be a very easy thing to do. This board currently has quorum, and so I would like to not make any more appointments to this board or others that have quorum until we can do an evaluation of ways to combine so that we get those voices to make our decisions. But I am truly troubled with until we've done that analysis, continuing to appoint people to boards that have quorum. And I know that you recruited this guy and he put his time in, but I think we said that before, and I have a problem. So that's where I am with that.
Right. And I don't know that we have a time set of when we're going to discuss boards and committees, but I think it's an important thing, but it'll have to come after we make decisions about the budget process. Mr. Zerlag, do you have any idea when we'll be able to schedule the discussion of boards and committees? Will it be like in April? I know we have to do the budget information first.
Board and committee discussion is really beyond my focus at this point,
Well,
but I can have the attorney's office and Tony and Barb work on the issue.
Okay. It was brought up several meetings ago, but we haven't said it. So we don't need to have an exact date tonight. I just don't want it to get lost in the shuffle here.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Howard.
Question for the city attorney. If we didn't have a building code board of appeals, where would this be handled?
If we didn't have a building code board of appeals?
Yes.
Well, this is, again, something that was done with revisions to our past ordinance. So this is a new construction of the board. We do have quorum, though, at this point, so it can still be handled with the members that we have.
But if there were no building code board of appeals, where would it be handled?
I see Mr. Steinmeck waiting at the mic. Do you want us to call on him?
Please.
Yes, Mr. Steinmeck?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of council, the Building Code Board of Appeals officially has 3 city ordinances under which they have jurisdiction. One is the Building Code, Chapter 79. Under state statute, if we have no local Building Code Board of Appeals, the appeals go to the state of Michigan, to the Construction Code Commission. The other 2 ordinances that the Building Code Board of Appeals has jurisdiction on is the sign ordinance and the fence ordinance. And they are done by those ordinances, so they would have to be changed to direct appeals to some other body if there's no Building Code Board of Appeals.
And if I could follow up, how long would it take to restructure all of that practically from a code standpoint?
If I can respond, in terms of the revisions of the ordinances, it would take a month to restructure the ordinances, depending on where the appeals are now going to go. Whatever board that is now going to go to would have to be trained in what their duties are and what their responsibilities are.
And if you were in a situation where only 2 members showed up to a meeting, is it correct that you would not be able to conduct business?
The board by ordinance through Chapter 79 is a body of 5 members, so if there's only 2 members that are present, there would not be a quorum to conduct business.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, do you wish to delay this then because they do have enough people there? All right. Mrs. Bartholomew, Council, we have a resolution moved and seconded that's here on the agenda, but we've had some council members expressing to delay doing any appointments.
Do we need to move to postpone?
So we postpone now? That's my question.
Yes. It would be most proper if you wish to take this up at another time to postpone.
Okay.
I would move to postpone it until we have an opportunity to meet with a study session and review all of the boards and committees and see if they're streamlined. After all of that, bring back for consideration.
Do we have a second to the postponement?
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Kerwin, seconded by Councilwoman McGinnis that we postpone. Yes, Mr. Zerlag, you had a question?
I do, and that is that As you know, we're currently looking at essentially all departments to see if it's more cost efficient to streamline those areas through a privatization process or a consolidation process. That may impact our availability with staff to attend various boards and committees that are not mandated by the state. So my question back to you is, do you want us to work in tandem with our privatization protocols, or do you want us to do that first and then see where we are and then tackle the boards and committees? So it'll take probably a good, I'd say, 4 to 6 months to go through all the departments.
What we had indicated is that for boards and committees that we had a quorum for, we were going to let them go ahead and proceed, but not to nominate new people to boards and committees until we decide what we're going to do, other than those that are mandated by law that we must have, that we won't be able to consolidate with another board or something. Okay? Is that correct, Council?
Yes, I think there's a standing resolution that was already passed.
I think there was a resolution that we passed on that, Mr. Zerline.
Okay.
Okay?
So then...
But it doesn't make sense for us to sit down and discuss what we're going to do with boards and committees till we know what's going to happen with staff, with who's going to match up. So I think one has to follow the other.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Do I say single? Councilwoman Beltrame?
I guess it's a question for the parliamentarian lady. The way the postponement is worded, if we don't get to an analysis of boards and committees, and the Building Code Board of Appeals shows an inability to meet quorum with 4 members, then we have no authority to revisit this. Is that right? Because the resolution reads to postpone until after that analysis is done.
That is correct.
I would amend the amendment then to postpone this until the analysis of boards and committees or evaluation is completed, however that is worded, or a need for this appointment appears.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Support.
Okay. So the amendment of the postponement to
Occurs,
continue
appears, whichever word.
unless a need for this appointment appears. Correct?
Madam Mayor.
Discussion? Councilman Kerwin?
And other things might shake up in the meantime. There could be additional people who put in their names. There could be people from other boards and committees who have a great skill set with this, who would put in their names. And then you would have a whole range of different applicants. And I think that would certainly be a good thing.
Okay. Do you want to discuss the amendment further?
Mayor?
Councilman Howard?
I think it's preposterous to pass an ordinance that requires 2 additional members be appointed to a board that's been recently expanded from 3 members to 5 members, and then refuse to fully appoint the board. It's quite frankly mind-boggling.
Further discussion of the amendment? Okay, Mrs. Bartholomew, the vote on the amendment?
No.
Yes.
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 No.
Mayor?
Amendment passes. Yes. Mrs. Bloom?
I'll wait until after the vote. I just wanted a clarification question, but I'll wait until
The
after
postponement? Okay. The vote on the postponement?
Councilmember Kerwin?
Yes.
Ms. Ennis?
Yes.
Slater?
Yes.
Mayor Schulman?
Yes.
Councilmember Beltrame?
Yes.
Fleming?
No.
Robert?
No.
Motion passes. Mrs. Bloom?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Zerlag had made a statement that he was going to defer to me to do that. I just want to make sure whether or not, who is going to be responsible for the board and committee restructuring, because if, in fact, I am going to be responsible, I need to be directed by my bosses. So.
If I may, my intent was not to give the attorney an assignment, but rather to work with the attorney's office and the city clerk.
Okay. Councilwoman Kerwin?
I just think we had said a long time ago, and it was through that resolution, that it would be scheduled for a study session. So actually, it's just turning over, schedule it for a study session, and then as the resolution had been written, give us the input about where it would go. So when that's all available, that's how it should happen. How all of that happens?
I think you both can work that out.
Sure.
Of what's going to happen, because it's obvious we're going to do something with the boards and committees. So we need to proceed about that. Okay, the consent agenda is before us. Does anybody want any items exempted?
You got one more.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Where they turn my page to what? Oh, I'm sorry. Way down here, I wrote right over it. Pardon me. H3, the 2009-10 budget amendment number 1. Sorry. Someone want to move a resolution?
Madam Mayor,
Councilman Beltrame?
we'll move it so we can discuss it. Obviously, people want to do that. Resolved that the Troy City Council hereby approves 2009-10 budget amendment number 1 as submitted, a copy of which shall be attached to the originals of this meeting.
And do we have a second?
Support.
Councilman McGinnis? Moved by Councilwoman Beltrame, seconded by Councilwoman McGinnis, that we approve the resolution as printed. Discussion.
Mayor?
Yes. Councilman Howard?
Yes, and
I saw your email question. Oh, here it is.
Right, thank you. Getting a lot of questions about this, and every time I get an answer, it seems to be getting more questions, and I thought maybe staff, just for the edification of council, anybody who might be watching, perhaps could give a brief overview of what's happening.
Mr. Lamorado will be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Lamorado?
Mayor and City Council, as has been accustomed for at least the last 16 years, after the completion of the audit, we do a reconciliation of our capital projects, what stage of completion they were at June 30th. Each budget year, when departments work on their budget in February or so, they estimate where they're going to be with these various projects at June 30th. We adopt the next year's budget and so forth. After the audit, we reconcile to see where they actually were at June 30th and where they had estimated they were going to be at the budget time. And if there's any difference, then we carry that money over. These projects have all been approved. There's no new projects. They're projects that are on the books. It's a matter of reconciling to where they thought they would be completed as of June 30th, carrying whatever funds may be necessary over to the current year's budget to complete those projects.
Yes, and we have been doing that for the past 16 years. That's correct. Were there specific ones that you wanted to ask about? Councilman Harlan?
I didn't personally have any questions.
Okay.
It's just that I had a lot of emails about it, and I tried to respond to them, and then I would get more emails back.
Okay.
And so I thought that perhaps the easiest way to do it is just to have that explanation. I appreciate that. It's just a timing issue.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Further questions on this discussion? The vote then, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember McGinnis?
Yes.
Slater?
Yes.
Mayor Sean?
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
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 Motion passes. The consent agenda. Council, do you have any items you wish to have exempted? Pardon?
The minutes.
Which one? I-2? Any others?
Mayor?
Councilman Howard?
That would be I-4A, I-4B, and I-4C.
I-4A, B, and C. Okay. Any others? Okay, could we have a resolution exempting those? Accepting those? Councilwoman McGinnis?
Madam Mayor, resolve that all items as presented on the consent agenda are hereby approved as presented with the exceptions of
I2,
I'm sorry, let's see.
I2,
I2, I3, I4, A, B, and C.
okay. I think, it's not 3. Are we doing 3? Did someone ask for 3?
No.
Okay, it's I2, I4, A, B, and C under I4. Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman McGinnis, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Fleming, that we approve the consent agenda, all items with this vote except I2, I4A, I4B, and I4C. Discussion? The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilman Slater?
Yes.
Yes?
Councilman Beltramini?
Yes.
Fleming?
Yes.
Conrad?
Yes.
Kerwin?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Motion passes. I2, Councilwoman Kerwin, you asked for that one?
Yes, and I would move it with corrections. This is on page 145. It's council member comments, and I would simply change address to the recent fraud incident from my comments to praised the police's investigative unit. It just, as written this way, it sounds as if there was some element of fraud going on here. There was none. They did a fabulous job with their investigation. So if I may substitute the words address the recent fraud incident with praised the police's investigative unit.
Anybody have a problem with that? No. Okay. Would you like to move the resolution with the change in the minutes?
I do.
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Kerwin, seconded by Councilman Slater, that we approve I2, the council minutes with the change is so indicated. Discussion? The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Mayor Schilling?
Yes.
Councilman Beltramini?
Yes.
Fleming?
Yes.
Conrad?
Yes.
Kerwin?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Slater?
Yes.
Motion passes. And Councilman Howard, you asked for I4, A, B, and C?
Yes, Mayor. If I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Well, A and B are linked, and
Right.
I think I may have inadvertently asked for C. But I have a general comment that I think that with the budget situation as it is, that we need to be wary of how many people that we send to these events, or at least how many people we send and pay. I am not sure that I am in favor of sending anybody to NLC on city funds. I think that the sending somebody to Lansing certainly makes sense, but I don't know that we need to have multiple people. I think we need to be very stingy with our budget here, our own budget, our city council budget.
Further, Councilwoman Beltramini?
I will just say that in this case, and it will be the last time I can get this deal for the city of Troy, but I will be attending NLC in March, and the Municipal League is paying my way. So the city of Troy has gotten a bargain 6 times. So I did what I could over time.
They're covering all the expenses?
Mayor?
They didn't
Yes.
want to.
Yes.
I was like,
Councilman Howard?
And so my question would be, is anybody else planning to go? Because I don't believe Councilwoman Beltramini would actually need this authorization in your case.
Pardon?
Is she going to both?
He's speaking of the NLC meeting in March, right? And we haven't determined who we might send to Lansing. It's always been any council members that wish to attend could. Councilman Howard, I believe, if I'm reading him right, is suggesting that we limit it to one person. Is that what you're saying?
I think it's still an important event for the city to attend, and so therefore I think we should send one person.
can I?
Yes, Councilman Beltramini?
Typically, I would say that, and you've been, so you know that there are multiple sessions, but there are some tracks that are real important to us this time on economic development and on restructuring and those kinds of things. So if there is more than one person that wants to go, it might be prudent, or limit the expenses to however many together for up to a certain amount. That might be a better way to go, is to authorize. I don't think that bunches of us will go, but I think that, we can work this out so that we share rooms or whatever.
Sometimes it's been that newer members of council for educational purposes get to go, because some of us have been, and sometimes people go and just drive up for the day. They don't stay necessarily, although there's provision there if they need to. But because it's so close that they go for meetings. I have sometimes gone and just gone for the meeting that I was interested in and then came right back home. But I know that you have to register. And that, I think that's the question, is because of the amount of registration. So,
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Slater?
I think I have to agree with Martin, especially this year.
Right. Do we want to designate someone to attend? Was someone planning on attending, and we could just designate who that is? Councilman Kerwin?
And then maybe next year somebody new could think about, but I don't think this would be a good year to budget for this.
Right.
And just point out that this is, if I may,
Councilwoman Kerwin?
This is to Lansing. It's almost sounding as if this is a jaunt of some sort. This is just to Lansing. It is curriculum packed, actually. Oftentimes, perhaps we'd see some attorneys there as well. And the opportunity at the end is to meet with legislators, not only our own, but others. And that's built into this. And it certainly is an important year to do those things. So I have already agreed to facilitate a session. So I've made that commitment, and I would hope that we could have support.
Brothers? Yes, Councilwoman Beltramini?
I've spoken, but could we put $500 toward this endeavor, and as many people as wanted to share that $500 could share it, with expenses limited to $500?
Clarification. Are we speaking, lumping both of the two conferences together, the one in Washington and the one in Lansing? Because I think if we were to separate them, it would probably be pretty easy to take care of the Washington decision, given that Robin has been able to exercise her ability to attend and have someone else fund that. So I don't think anyone's arguing about that. I think that the bigger issue would be Lansing. And on a personal note, I plan on attending whatever happens with the funding. I absolutely believe that it's important to have this training for myself. So, whatever the council thinks would be fit in terms of Lansing, I will go with that.
I felt that they were separated, and I thought, and we didn't actually have a vote on it or anything, but I thought that it was just sort of a, since Councilwoman Beltramini was already being provided for and paid, her expenses being paid by others, that she would be our person to go to Washington. And then for Lansing, it would be limited, I think, to a certain amount. And I think that it's especially good for newer council members and someone who's been, and since Ms. Councilwoman Kerwin is already going to facilitate, that we have two people go. And
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Slater?
I'd like to go, but I don't want any money for it.
Okay.
So.
Well, the problem is, I think that we have to register the number of people that goes. Isn't it? Do we have the registration number here?
Yes, right here.
Pardon? I can't find it.
Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Howard.
I was just going to say, I think we're all on the same page. I don't know that we need a resolution for A, and I think we can move forward on a resolution with B. I just think we need to be cost conscious, and
Okay.
it'll be all right.
I think we are all on the same page on this, Councilman Howard. I do. I just didn't know whether you wanted to straighten it out here at the table. Okay. All right. What about C? Do you want to talk about C, and then we'll move all three? You brought up I4C.
Mayor, I pulled that one forward by accident, but just for, since it is pulled forward, I just have a general question about our life of vehicle policy, and that's it. In other words, how long do we hold these vehicles before cycling them through?
Mr. Zerlag, you want
Mr.
Mr.
Richnack will be
Richnack
coming
to
up to
answer
answer the
Mr.
question.
Richnack?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. 90,000 miles is the point in time where we replace those vehicles.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Howard, you want to move all three resolutions then?
Mayor, I'll move, I don't know we need to take action on A, but I'll move B and C forward as printed on the agenda.
All right.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Howard, seconded by Councilman Slater, that we approve I4B and I4C and take no action on I4A. Discussion? The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Bonamini?
Yes.
Fleming?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
Kerwin?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Slater?
Yes.
Yes. Motion passes. I promise not to do what I did last time. Okay, council comments? Mayor Pro Tem Fleming?
I wanted to make the statement and not wait for the study session afterwards because I think it's important. Some of you may be leaving, or some people may be tuning us out. My name was mentioned a couple of times tonight, and I just wanted to say for the record that my name appeared on a piece of literature that said no. I did not approve that, did not see that in advance, did not authorize my name to be used. Okay? When I learned that my name was on that piece of literature, the first person I contacted was Mr. Zerlag and apologized because I did agree to hire him, knew the terms of the agreement, and didn't really have a problem with it. So my name was used without my permission. I believe others on the council has had that occur before too, and you know how it feels. Okay? Having said that, I serve all the people, and I said that, serve all the people in the city, not just the yes votes or the no votes. Okay? Having said my name, I didn't authorize my name to be on that literature, does not mean that I disagree with everything on there, nor do I agree with everything on there. On the other side, on the yes side, the literature that was put out there, I don't agree with everything there, neither do I disagree. I'm trying to take the middle road here and to serve all the citizens. Not because I have some political agenda beyond this council. Really don't. But for the record, this council has to come together. We've got the vote. We know what our budget, what numbers basically we have to work with. And we've got our work cut out for us. Okay? And that's what I want to spend the time doing. Not defending my name being on one piece of literature and not on another. I took a position not to attend meetings for either side. You didn't see me at the yes meetings. You did not see me at the no meetings. Okay? Because I think there were some extremes on either side. Okay? So I don't agree or disagree totally with either one. But having said that, I think we go into this study session, our work's cut out for us. Still intend to protect the police, do everything we can to continue this as a great city, and I think we can.
Other council comments? Yes, Councilwoman Kerwin?
It was a great turnout for election. I mean, a lot of people came out for one issue. It was really, really a good show of people coming out, and that was great. We have received a whole series of emails, a whole bunch of different ideas. Some have been submitted, some have been turned in. I know management will look at all of those. There's also been a sense of people volunteering. We've been talking about a lot about volunteering, and there are many, many ways to volunteer right now, not waiting until anything else. Certainly joining some of our wonderful organizations like Friends of the Troy Public Library. They were here today, I saw, and a historical museum. We have the society around, nature center. So there are ways to give back right now. Some not so fun things to do. Last summer we did not hire a lot of our summer laborers, and boy, we could sure use some help in those park bathrooms. So not an exactly fun thing to do, but people who truly want to help out in these stressed times, we certainly can use those. Not only the great ideas, but the healthy bodies and that great community spirit is wonderful to see. Finally, I know for the mayor and I, former teachers, March is Reading Month. There are all kinds of opportunities to sit down with all ages of kids and share a book. And you can find those books at our wonderful library.
We'll need to have a vote on the closed session item while we're still here before we go to the study. So would someone like to move that resolution, the closed session?
Madam Mayor,
Councilwoman Beltrame?
be it resolved that the Troy City Council shall meet in closed session as permitted by MCL 15.268E, pending litigation, Troy v. Lukich Realty, LLC.
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Beltrame, seconded by Councilman Howerlag, that we approve the resolution as printed and read. Discussion? The vote, Mrs. Bartholomew?
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Marna?
Yes.
Herman?
Yes.
Yes.
Slater?
Yes.
Mayor Schlangen?
Yes.
Councilmember Mahoney?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman Beltrame?
before we recess this meeting, could I ask the city clerk, as long as she has Mr. Savage's comments, to email each of us a copy of those so that they can be finished? Thank you.
That's a good idea. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, council action will be in recess, and you're welcome to join us in the council boardroom. Anyone that wishes, we will recess and reconvene in the other room. session for our study item, which is N1, the restructuring of City of Troy government. And we had a report in the agenda, which folks have had a chance to see, and we also have an item here on the table. So we'll call on Mr. Zerlich.
Thank you, Your Honor, and members of council. Mayor Schuling referred to item N01. Do you have a copy of that? There are 4 items that I would like your indulgence in discussing. The first one is just an update on methodology to privatize. I'm getting periodic calls, primarily from Cranes Detroit magazine, as well as the Mackinac Center, asking how we're doing in this endeavor and what our methodology is. I'm getting calls from other cities as well, so I thought it'd be a good idea to just put it in writing, the methodology that we're using in Troy, and essentially answer any questions you had on that methodology. I can either give a brief description of how we do it, or just answer any questions that the council may have. The letter that I had wrote on the matter is dated February 18th. It's also attachment number 1.
Council, did you have questions regarding that attachment? Remember our last council meeting in the study session, did Carolina gave us an overview?
Right, that's coming up next.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I know it's getting late, and if there's no questions, I'll assume that you understand the methodology. Of course, if we do make a recommendation to privatize, that would be a contract that would have to be approved by the governing body. Okay?
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Beltran?
I just want to ask, if we get a contracted service proposal that in essence combines functions of departments, will that be the model for the match by city employees? Or will siloed departments be the model for the match?
It's a good question. The answer is both. In terms of golf course operations, we've spoken with 3 private sector firms. We're looking at 1 firm that we're negotiating with at this time. At that point, it would be golf course operations per se to compete with that department. What makes it a little more difficult with the golf course is that, and I'm taking away some of Dick's thunder, sorry, but in answer to your question, what happened is that in terms of the actual expenditures, the city was just as effective for expenditures in the private sector. The numbers are very close. However, the private sector had guaranteed a certain revenue stream, which in these economic times was something that we had to take a look at. So in the case of the golf course, it's going to be a departmental view in the silo effect, to use your term. Other areas that would pertain primarily to maintenance could be taken a look at from public works, parks and recreation, building maintenance, streets and drains. So those could be combined. But our intent is always to be employee bias in terms of cost effectiveness. Once the private sector says that they can do work for so much money, I then turn it over to essentially Peggy Sears and the appropriate department head to take a look to see if we can do that just as well in-house, whether it's a silo basis or a combination basis.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Question? Any others?
Yes.
I don't know who's next. Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Summer?
When you're comparing the city's costs or departmental costs with the private sector, the difficulty I see is allocation of overhead. Sometimes we've had this discussion. That gets a little questionable, is how you allocate overhead. And I can't tell you how to do it, but how do we know that we're allocating the overhead? Because that's a big expense when you're trying to break it down by department. And there are a number of different ways to do it. And I know in the private sector how I've done it before, but in the public sector, I don't know what formula you use for allocation of overhead to give a fair apples-to-apples comparison of private costs versus city costs, because there's a lot of things you can do.
That's another good question that we're pondering. I don't have an excellent answer for you, unfortunately, but I know that, you know, and what Mr. Fleming, I believe, is talking about is that we have line functions that are actually in the delivery of the service or the product, and then we have staff functions that support that service and product. And so when you take a look, say, at the building department, and you look at the costs for building outside versus inside, well, there's also the cost, if you will, of the manager's office somewhere in there. There's legal advice they get from the attorney's office. There's risk management advice that they get. There's IT costs from our IT department. There's purchasing involved. There's HR involved. I mean, I suspect that what we'll do is come up essentially with a ratio, if you will, of costs for the staff functions versus the line functions. And so that if you have, to use IT as an example, if you have so many people in the IT department based on computers that we service, and let's say it's one IT person per 100 computers, and you wind up eliminating 100 positions, then chances are you'd eliminate one IT position as well. But when you're going to eliminate maybe 15 positions, it becomes a little more difficult, because then it's not a one-to-one ratio in terms of cost. That's why we've got to find a percentage and give it our best shot in that regard. But there does need to be some overhead. The example I give is the police department. If there's no crime, there's no need for a police department. If there's no services we deliver, there's no need for staff departments. But we'll find that ratio and give it our best shot.
And so when we're looking at it, we'll have that information available to us, how you allocated the resources.
Yes. Yes. And if I may, just to extend on that, because it's a good opportunity to explain the philosophy, and that is that we have, as an example, in the building department, another city has submitted a bid. And I spoke to the mayor of that city and said, I don't think that you're including all of the costs in your bid, because we can do it more cost efficiently in Troy than you can in other cities. So I have a little bit of a heartburn taking a bid from a different city to displace our people, and of thinking about disqualifying that bid. On the other hand, I did offer to look at a consolidation effort. It may be that if the two cities combine functions in total, it could be cheaper than the private sector. So,
right.
It's a perfect example of how that can go.
Yeah. I think that Councilwoman McGinnis next on a question.
I heard you mention a number in our meeting when we were talking about scheduling a look at boards and committees in terms of whether we were going to be able to address that before or after we went through the review of other departments, and you had said 4 to 6 months. I don't know if this would be a question that would be better suited for Mr. Carlisle after he goes through his update, but is that a rough estimate of what you're looking at for a timeline in order to complete the review process of all the departments, or to complete the process? I don't know if you want to just give a little bit more information about the timeline.
Sure. What I'd like to do is to actually sit down primarily with John, Mark, and Dick Carlisle, and determine a timeline essentially for every department and come back. I threw out 4 to 6 months. That was just my estimate at that time. I'd have a much better answer by sitting down with John, Mark, and Dick, and coming back for every department.
Okay, are there any other questions on the methodology? Okay, and then I guess is the next the status of the current privatization efforts?
Yes, ma'am, that would be Mr. Carlisle.
Okay.
And then John and Mark can supplement if you'd like.
John with us?
Okay. Good evening. The actual efforts are actually ongoing in several departments as we speak right now. So while a timeline may be more firmly established for all departments, we are moving forward in several areas which I reported to with council the last time I was here. One of the things that I'm going to do, I think, before very shortly is actually define, because there isn't just one single type of outsourcing, okay, or privatization. There's all kinds of different forms that this can take, and I'm going to be providing council with more specific definitions so that when these things come before you, you'll be able to see the differences between the various types of things that that we might be able to do. You may think you're completely contracting out entire service to simply just contracting out the management of the service. So there will be a variety of different options. And Mr. Fleming raised a question that we've had a lot of discussion about regarding the allocation of overheads so that we are comparing apples with apples. It's just not simply a comparison of personnel cost to a bid price, because we know that those bid prices are going to have an overhead cost and profit built into them. So in order to fairly compare costs, we need to have a good idea of what the overhead burden is that is incurred in the public sector. So that's been an ongoing discussion with our privatization committee. But as we speak right now, I think Mr. Zerlag did mention that we are currently evaluating the golf course management and operations. We are currently evaluating, completing an evaluation in negotiation with Billy Casper Golf to take over golf course management and operations. And those negotiations and evaluations are ongoing at this point, so there's been no conclusion at this point in time. Building Department, on March 9th, there will be interviews conducted with several prospective firms, and we will certainly have more detail on that as upon once those interviews are completed, and then again we will go through the process, as Mr. Thurlock has outlined, of allowing the city staff to be able to counter a proposal in that particular regard. Same thing with code enforcement. The code enforcement SOQ has been released, and we have received proposals. There is one contractor left in the selection process, and at this point in time, additional information will be requested of that contractor so that that process may also move forward. So Building Department, code enforcement are actually moving forward at this time, and we will have more to report fairly shortly for council. Engineering, we are continuing our evaluation of several functions of the engineering department that can potentially be outsourced. One of the circumstances with engineering is a good part of their work has already been outsourced. They have contracts with 3 separate engineering firms, and they allocate quite a bit of their work. So, and there also has been quite a bit cut back in staff at that in the engineering department as it is. But there is still some continuing discussions Mr. Miller and I are having with the engineering department to determine if there's some additional functions that can be outsourced. And finally, we are evaluating several functions of maintenance that can be further transferred to Department of Public Works, which already outsources quite a bit of their maintenance work. So there can be some more economies of scale and efficiencies in terms of outsourcing of certain management functions, or excuse me, maintenance functions of the city. However, these are the ones that we have at the current level of more intense activity on. We are discussing with all departments various opportunities for outsourcing, and as further council meetings occur, we will have more detailed reports for council on the progress of all of those.
I should tell you that I've had, council has had some emails, and I've had a couple people phone me that were greatly concerned about other cities that have used privatization for their building department and the quality of our department as opposed to what they got in these other cities. And they went into great detail, and some of these people are very experienced in the fields where they use the building department, and they realize that we're trying to look at cost efficiencies, but they want to remind us that we have to have the quality to go with the savings of the cost. And I assured them that that was one of the things that we were definitely looking at and appreciated the input. Right. I don't know who else they called or whatever. If we get an email and it has everybody's name on, then I know we've all gotten it. But I wanted to express that because apparently there's some discussion out there in the field, of other communities that have done this, and sometimes times it works very well, and you get a good product at a good cost, and then other times you don't. And
Right.
I think that is important to all of us. I don't know if other council members want to say anything about that or not. Councilwoman Perlin?
I know, Mr. Survey, that one of the first, in addition to the golf courses, first things you were looking at with DPW. And I think the comments are the same for DPW. I know particularly on snow removal, those, some of that's contracted, but you can tell the difference. There are those who know our streets and know how to move that around, and I can see it, and I recognize it. And so I share the concern of those who email, but I want to also put that in on DPW quality counts. That matters. We don't want to be replacing sod or anything else because someone didn't know that almost as part of the way they comb their hair, the way to make that curve go around a corner. So I want to recognize that, and please keep that in mind. I don't know whether Dick has anything.
Well, I was going to say, one of the things that I have been particularly impressed with here in the city is the rigor in which the contracting process is pursued. Having been on the other end of it, I can assure you that it is a rigorous process, and the criteria by which contractors are even evaluated has been vetted, thoroughly vetted by more than just a single person, but by a whole committee of people. And as I said, I've been pretty impressed with the manner in which this process is being pursued, because we really have sort of a two-level evaluation system, which is sort of a first and second cut, where various levels of detail are incorporated in the process. So I understand this is all, there is always a concern in that particular regard. And to the extent that you can know, I think that the process at least is pretty thorough in that regard.
It also lends itself as to why, and this is just my perspective, consolidation is the preferable way, is the most preferred way to go. It's preferable to find a better economy of scale and yet still control the quality of work through the employee.
It's truly a win-win, especially on a regional basis. And for multiple municipalities, we can still use that workforce that knows everything so well, and we can establish that without, I agree. I hope that works well.
So do I.
Anything else from Dick?
I don't think so. We're just, we're moving forward, and all the department heads have been very cooperative, and it's a difficult time, or understanding of what the goal is that we're trying to reach here. So we are making some progress here.
Okay. One more thing.
Yes.
I remember that the attorney's department was going to be reviewed too, and that's.
We've met with Mrs. Bloom. She's met with the privatization committee, and is in the process of doing the evaluation that we spoke about, and we'll be having more detail will come forward in that too.
Yeah, because we're looking at all the departments. Mayor Tim Fleming?
The same question I asked last time. Do you have a timeline on this when we might see the first proposal department? Do you have a
Well, very shortly, I would think. I mean, we'll have decisions, I would think, fairly shortly on the golf course. One way or the other, in the next, let's say, couple of months with the building department, whether, it's the exact route that we will be pursuing. Code enforcement also. And I would think that some of the engineering and DPW functions in the next several months will have a much clearer path on some of that. Now, when I say that, it may turn around that we find that it's more cost effective to keep these functions in-house. But certainly those are, we've tried to concentrate on the ones that were very clear-cut and in the very beginning here, although the golf courses turned out to be, I think, probably a little more challenging than we thought. But certainly there's a lot of aspects of it. But so those are the 4 or 5 functions that we think within the next couple of months we'll have some pretty solid results for you.
Okay, the next, I'm sorry, Councilman Howard?
Yeah, Mr. Carlisle, have you, with respect to the golf courses, has there been any contact with industry associations or perhaps even Michigan State University just to get some ideas? Because a lot of cities, have taken either the private operator path or the in-house operations path.
I'm not aware if there has been that kind of contact, Mr. Howlack. This process actually started earlier than some of the other privatization efforts, so it really has taken a lot longer. I know that there has been a competitive process, and there were proposals received from a number of different organizations. What was interesting, what I should qualify what I said, what was interesting is that I think that the committee got a real exposure to the range of approaches, okay, that could have been offered by the firms that did propose. So consequently, I think that we got quite an exposure. So I think there was a good sampling of various approaches to the point where it narrowed down to at least the negotiating process with Billy Casper Golf, which I believe manages over 100 municipal courses nationwide.
But this would be the first one in Michigan, right?
That's correct.
Okay, any others on that? Okay, ready for status of employee concessions for all groups?
Yes, ma'am. We currently have concessions in place for exempt, classified, and ASME personnel. Those concessions are in the form of furlough days and will reduce our payroll by 2.5% for the above groups this fiscal year and 5% next fiscal year. We're also looking at reducing health care costs beginning July 1, 2010. Now, that's not studying the health care cost. That's actually implementing reduction in our health care by July 1. And that'll also include the ASME personnel, because when council ratified the extension, it included negotiations of reducing employee health care costs. The classified, exempt, and ASME employee categories constitute a little over half of all of our full-time employees, and so numerically our payroll costs will be reduced by approximately $500,000 this fiscal year because of those concessions, and a little over $1 million next fiscal year. That does not count the savings that we would enjoy from reducing hospitalization costs. I asked Peggy Sears, our HR director, to give a timeline when other labor contracts expire for the balance of our employee groups, and I'm going to be asking for an executive session with the governing body and Craig Lang, our labor attorney, for March 15th, our next city council meeting, to discuss strategies for those negotiations that are having contracts that expire June 30th. Any questions?
Councilman Beltran?
Are part-time employees covered under these union contracts?
No.
Well, I think this adds up to more than the balance would be if you subtract 219 from 412. So that may have been the staff at the time the contracts were originally drawn, or the last time they were ratified. But I'd ask that Peggy check those numbers.
Peggy and John, sure.
Okay. Thanks.
Is that because we're going budget to budget?
The numbers aren't correct. I'm not sure about the count. Are you talking about the count of employees?
Okay, I'll let Peggy check the counts.
It's a constant moving target. Reducing.
Well, and it probably is, but I think it's off by like 50. So it's a lot.
50?
Something is, because I think I added these contracts and they're 260, I think.
Peggy, you want to address that?
I I didn't catch it when I talked to you, John, on Friday. I'm sorry.
You're speaking of the
We currently
memo?
have 412 full-time employees. And the number of employees that are listed in attachment 2 in the various bargaining units.
It's like 264, I think. So if we have 219 classified.
Doesn't include the
This doesn't include the
147
exempt and classified.
I know it doesn't, but if we have 412 full-time employees and 219 of them are classified and exempt.
And ask me.
Oh, and ASME.
And ASME.
Okay.
Yeah, there are 140 classified.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, that's why I wanted to know. It's good.
Councilman Slater?
John, most of these contracts expire after the next budget.
That's correct.
Except for the MAP for 53. Is that correct? From my experience, when a contract expires, by the time you negotiate with the bargaining unit, that could be anywhere from 6 months to another year. Is that pretty accurate?
Yes, depending on and I'll let Peggy solidify that answer, but I think it also depends on whether the unit is Act 312 eligible. That adds another layer of review by an outside party. Peggy?
The last several rounds of negotiations have actually been resolved before the conclusion of the bargaining. They began earlier, and with the IBV process, the duration of the negotiations were significantly reduced. With the tough bargaining that we're going to be entering into because of the economic situation presently, those could be lengthened. It's feasible. Hopefully this won't happen, but it's feasible we could end up in Act 312 arbitration. If that occurs, it could be between 1 to 2.5 years before our contract's resolved.
So if somebody proposes to try to do something during this contract year or this budget year with employee concessions or whatever, that would be very difficult to do.
It would be very difficult to do for contracts that expire after July 1, 2010.
Further questions on this section? No? Councilman Kerwin?
And I guess I'd kind of like to have the role of NLRB, I mean the national, when we take that oath of office, we talk about upholding the U.S. Constitution, the federal laws, the Michigan State Constitution, the Michigan laws, and yet we hear people, whether it's at the table or whether it's coming before us, who say, my gosh, let's just be like Bob, who can go in and just rip up contracts and start all over again. That power is not within Zerlag's hands. What are our obligations under the law, particularly on the agreements we just talked about? If there's a contract that's currently in effect and it's not expiring this year, what does it take to do things?
Well, before she gives her answer, you know, we do also have our labor attorney, Mr. Craig Lang, and I think that's what we're going to get from him. Are we going to discuss that?
We're going to talk. I'm going to ask to have a closed session to talk about strategies for labor negotiations for the contracts that are expiring June 30th. That's what I'm going to ask for.
I just thought it would be timely just to make the point that under our contracts they are binding.
And Mayor, I can just address that you do have existing contracts, and it is there's just no ability to open them up unless you have a willing group that's coming forward. So, and there is an obligation to honor that.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's the reason that the command officers voluntarily opened up their contract and made the concessions contingent upon the outcome of the election. It wasn't bargaining where we made that agreement. So it was something that they volunteered to do. Totally different story.
Mayor Pro Tem Fleming?
When are you planning to schedule that closed session with Craig Lang? March 15th, next meeting.
Next meeting.
Unless you all want to be here, then we'll schedule it some other time. But it's
sooner the better.
I think we should go with 15.
15th.
right.
Okay. You want to go to the next direction on
Yes.
the multi-year budget?
Yes, and
And also, we talked about refuge here. You want to do that now, or maybe that's first or second?
I'd rather do it second if I may.
Okay, all right.
And because
Because tomorrow's trash day in my house. I have to.
Okay.
And you put it out.
Because you go, if we made from general philosophy then to particulars.
Right.
And generally, I asked John and Nino to develop a chart that would have our taxable value estimates by year. And Nino, would you mind explaining it, put this together?
I just noticed, and John asked me this morning, I'm very sorry about that, I just noticed that's supposed to say 28 down there.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I got it.
I didn't get that, yeah. Could you just, I got some white out.
I was right on the screen.
The point we were trying to make here was we were trying to figure out from the highest point of taxable value and after the 5-year projections, which would be the lowest point of taxable value, how long it would take us to recover that revenue stream that we had lost. The taxable value actually peaked in 2008. The assessed value peaked in 2004. So in other words, we were lowering assessed values for 4 years, but there was that gap between taxable value and assessed value. Taxable values kept rising even though we were lowering assessed values. So the peak in the taxable value was for 2008. Obviously the low point for us would be the 14-15 year after the 5-year projections we've done. That may or may not hold true because next year we'll do another 5-year projection. But from that point forward, if we assumed a 3% CPI, and the average over since 1994 has actually been 2.4, but we're assuming the market's going to boom and just take off, and so will your inflation rate. It's going to take us all the way up to 2028 to match the revenue line that we had in 2008. So the math's pretty simple there. I mean, it's going to take a long, long time to recover from this, and that's specifically because taxable value is capped. Assessments, assuming that scenario there, they might go up 30-40% in that period of time, but a 3% cap like your taxable value is going to really hold your revenue stream down for quite a long time. And county projections are very similar to this, although they didn't use the 3%, I think they used 2.5% in their projections.
Thank you, Nino. Any questions for Nino on this?
Just a question, is that the year beginning or the year ending? I know it's kind of a minute detail, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's your start for me. I mean, I work a little bit differently than John and these guys. That's your start.
Okay.
So that would be 2028 when we would peak
So we're
match.
So we are in 2009 right now then?
For me, yes.
Yeah.
I asked John and Nino to do this just to indicate and solidify that we are in financial crisis, and that we need, from my perspective, I hope we're going to get agreement on this, that we need to follow Oakland County's lead, and I'll use Marty Nolenberg's terminology, to have a 3-year budget and a 5-year outlook. And that's exactly what we had done. We had a 5-year outlook with a declining revenue line. I'd like to advance a concept of a 3-year budget that you would approve that would roll essentially every year. And we'd like to get consensus on doing that.
Well, I think that's a great idea, because it gives us more information, and especially given the figures that we keep getting, and we've been getting in the last year, and the projections that things are going to be worse next year. Commercial's going to go down even further next year.
Nino can respond better than I can to that one.
That's what I'd heard, at least.
Yeah, we're predicting actually not worse. I don't know how it can get a whole lot worse. But yeah, I think we're looking at a 10% reduction in commercial properties next year, and possibly another 10 to 12% on the residential side. It'd be slightly less than what we've experienced this year, assuming the trends hold up. From what I'm seeing early in the sales studies, we may be looking at slightly more than a 10% reduction in commercial. But I think the residential will hold pretty steady for next year. I mean, that means another drop,
Right.
but not worse than what we had predicted.
How the rest of you feel about the multi-year budget? Councilwoman Dennis?
I agree that this is definitely something that we need to be doing. Obviously, the committee to do that this year has provided us with information that's going to obviously shape the decisions that we're making for Troy's future. Another reason that I think it's really important to extend the time frame for where we're going to be looking is obviously, even with the discussions that we've had on privatization alone, which is really what we're talking about is a restructuring of how city government is going to be run. And so many of these things, if implemented, and many of the decisions that we're making about the way that the departments are going to be working, those are going to be for the very first time. So I think it's important to take a bigger look, a bigger picture look at the budget for 3 years so that we can make decisions accordingly.
Who wants to go next? Councilman Slater?
Yeah, I can go next. I've been in support of the 3-year budget since November. I think it's the only true way to show that we can't do a temporary 1-year fix, as has been proposed by some people. I know I've gotten some emails and some phone calls to do certain things for 1 year. So I think we do have to look 3 years out so that we don't just put a Band-Aid on an open wound here. So I am in favor of that.
Councilman Fleming, want to go next?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll all want a 3-year budget or 5-year outlook, but the first year is firm. The second year is a rolling. I mean, budgeting is a year-round process now, a continuous process. As you learn more, you might modify the second year. I mean, you're putting 3 years out there, but it can't be firm because you're going to learn other things. You're going to have other variables and so forth, and you can modify the budget. The first year, well, you can even modify the first year budget. We've done it before, but it's certainly a good tool, but it's a rolling budget as I see it, our working process all the time, evolving as we get more information.
Talking with Bob Dadow, the primary reason for a 3-year budget is to, especially in the declining revenue situation, is to know where you want to be 3 years from now and then work backward. And then, of course, once you have your objectives down over 3 years, where you want to be in that third year, then you're not scrambling from 1 year to the next. If things are a little bit better, then the layoffs are a little bit less. If things are a little bit worse, then the layoffs are a little bit more. I understand that totally.
Who wants to go next?
I think we're all in agreement.
Okay. I just wanted, if anybody wanted to talk, I got to give a message over here. Councilwoman Kerwin?
Well, I think at our last time we met for budgeting, it was Martin Howlack who mentioned that he thought that the economy will get worse before it got better. I think those were your words on that, and I think that this certainly points that out, that we are in for a bumpy ride. I think that the dysfunction we see a lot in Lansing is the fact that they continue to kick the can, that no one is grappling with the structural deficit, and this is where you see it. So I think that, as was suggested a year ago, to make those hard choices and do it, because eventually you can see the pitch. We have in place, and GASB requires that we look at the budget halfway through, and that's why we're looking at the budget amendments that we are. So we know that that's adjusted every year. That's in accordance with law. So I applaud your efforts. I've certainly been hearing it from citizens, some of your running mates, who called for this over and over again. So I think that it's a good plan.
Anybody else? When we look at the 3-year budget, we're looking at the next thing we need to discuss is the model option 1.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think that we should have a 3-year budget with option 1 in there as the item, and as delineated on the chart. What is it, the last item in the
It's the last
packet
page
here?
on-
Yeah.
on the letter.
It shows the years over the 5 years and the number of employees that would be cut, the departments that would be changed, and those were budget numbers for numbers of employees,
That's correct.
and from budget to budget. Okay.
This option, by the way, closes down no facilities July 1st.
No,
But it does begin to scale down the process.
Right. It begins scaling down because it starts in 2010 for some, and some more severe than others, and then 2011, 12, and 12, 13, 14, and 14, 15. Who wants to speak next? Councilman Slater?
If we give direction to do option A, I'm going to have to get some water here pretty soon.
Pardon?
I'm going to have to get some water here pretty soon.
Oh.
We will still talk about the budget and the integral parts of it as we move along, correct?
That's correct, and well, you all make good points. These numbers need to be calibrated and become sharper as we progress and get closer to those dates. And also, we made some assumptions on percentages that we'd save in the privatization efforts, which may or may not reach fruition. I had the unfortunate task of laying off 8 people beginning in January, which essentially is half the fiscal year, because of lack of work. Didn't want to wait until July 1, 2010, even though the positions were budgeted, because there was a lack of work. And that'll help mitigate some numbers. But all in all, we'd like to have option 1 as our guide, which essentially, in a very generic sense, which is why I included it, includes having the public safety function, police, fire, public works, take the last hit. And that, I thought, would correlate with your adopted budget, which has outputs ranked for priority funding. A is continued police and fire functions. B is continued water and sewer service, which I attributed as being public works. And that's why the quality of life departments are targeted before the public service.
Right. And when we did surveys of the community, and we did the future study and all those other things about people consistently ranked those as the items they thought were most important. Citizens ranked those absolutely at the top, always. And even though it would be nice to be able to continue a lot of the quality of life services, I think it's very obvious that people are saying, give us the basics. We'll go for the basics, And so I even though it's difficult and it's sad and it's everything all mixed in together, I think that given the fact that if we don't come up with a balanced budget every single year, then we're going to have somebody else that's going to be doing it for us that's not going to be looking at it with the same care that we all do. So for most of us that are around the table here, if you added up how many years we've been in Troy, it's a pretty high number.
Well, we're required to submit a balanced budget, or else the state comes in and balances the budget for us.
That's right. Councilman Howard?
2 comments. One is, Mr. Zerlike, if you could, and I don't expect an answer now, but if we could look at and perhaps you've already done this, if I just haven't received the feedback or didn't hear it or whatever the case might be. But I guess I'd like to know a little bit more about how you would like the city organized under your leadership, at least as far as the departments that are responsible to you. either directly or indirectly, and whether or not he would make any changes in the flow chart of the organization. The other comment I wanted to make, and will make, is we had a discussion, I think, well, it was a few months back, I can't even pinpoint when it was, about whether or not we wanted to, with the decreasing size of our budget on these projections, if you wanted to allow the fund balance as a percent of the budget to increase, or if we wanted to allow it to, the percentage rate, I should say, stay stable or even perhaps decrease until the bottom here in 2014. So I don't, I for one would, in 2014, would rather have a trim fund balance and no emergency stabilization fund at that point, if we're projecting it to increase from there, as opposed to the size and scope of the public safety reduction we have on our chart here. So, actually, I do have a third comment. The third comment is perhaps we can get some updates as we get. Well, I guess we'll be getting an update when we get the budget anyway. But any impact that new developments, if you will, 6 more months of history have provided us.
Yes, I will certainly take a look and do this continuously. Look at the change in the table of organization that's required. Every time we also have our privatization committee, that to some degree has the potential of changing the table of organization. Dick mentioned briefly, Dick and Mark and John and I were talking about taking a look at combining all maintenance functions as well, which will have an effect on the table of organization. Take a look at not just public works, but you look at parks, and you look at building maintenance, and street and road maintenance. It all pertains to a huge maintenance function, and how is that handled. So we'll be looking at that as well. I believe City Council had authorized a 15% increase, or 15% level of fund balance. I had just attached one of the several hundred pages of material that we had on the books, if you will, before that authorization. So any budget that we present will reflect that 15% fund balance. And but the question that I do have, and that would be that when you use your equity funds, whether it's fund balance or you want to scratch a capital project, like the Trail Center maybe, you want to allocate that for essentially operations. You want to allocate it for road improvements, on the capital side. You want to allocate it for quality of life services to delay those layoffs. You want to allocate it for public safety areas, police, fire, public works, and delay those layoffs. I mean, it would be good to get some kind of a consensus before we put a document together.
Could I ask?
Yes, Councilman
Martin, were
Slade?
you asking to decline the fund balance?
Well, because the actual number stays the same, but since the size of the budget is decreasing, hence the problem, the ratio is actually, you can see it increasing here. And I know maybe 3 months ago, 2 months ago, we had a brief discussion about it. And it was 15%, I believe.
Yes. Yes.
And, and I just, and since it wasn't incorporated in here, I was just bringing it up.
I think we have that number, don't we, John, 15%?
Well, we plan on reappropriating fund balance, that whatever the amount is, to get us that 15% level.
So
we need to have the budget developed to figure out what that number is, but we plan on reappropriating whatever that fund is to get that percentage down to 15%.
You're asking us to indicate this evening, we reallocate those funds, which area we want them to go into?
Generally, I apologize because it's almost midnight, but yes, when we develop the budget. If you want to still follow option 1, which essentially has the core functions of police, fire, public works being held toward the end, if you will, of a cut cycle, and the quality of life functions being at the beginning.
Right. That's my preference. I don't know how the others want to. Councilman Beltramini?
I think what needs to be discussed here a little bit is the sustainability of community. And I think that you're right, John, when you take a lump of money and you put it somewhere, that's kind of an emulation of the state playing musical chairs with the funding. And I look at it, last year we had 300 people in front of us, Save the Nature Center, Save the Nature Center. Tonight it was the library. I think, as opposed to, and I figured out what that number would be, it's about $1.78 million to bring the fund balance down to 15%, which is what the resolution said. And at first I was more than disgruntled that that money wasn't in here and you had just regurgitated the October 5th memo. And now I'm tickled, thank you very much. Because I would like council to have a conversation, because our job here is to do the right thing for our community. I'd like to have a conversation about maybe putting some of that money into processes that might make all of the community sustainable. The regulatory departments are going to get the benefit of the private sector telling them the most efficient, the best way to run their services. There is no private sector model for quality of life departments. And so I would like to see us set aside some of that money for the quality of life departments to hire the experts they need, get legal advice for their 501c3s. We have 2 of them that are already operating that may need legal advice, specialized legal advice, to tell them how they can improve those partnerships, expand their role in supporting. Maybe Carol wants to vet a 501c3 to help the entire Parks and Rec. Maybe she wants to look at a model somewhere else. I'd like to see us set aside some of that money to have those entities look at real other ways to do business and to expand the roles of their support groups. Additionally, all of those have citizen groups that they can speak with and expand. And I would like to see those groups expanded and properly facilitated to have a sustainability discussion. And that will take proper facilitation. And you can't do it and I can't do it, although we're both trained to do that, because it taints the process. So those people have to hire somebody to do that. It can't be done by staff. It can't be done by an elected official. So I would like to set aside some of that money for the quality of life departments to really look at creative thinking and different opportunities that are available to them to sustain their operations. It may be that in 2 years, the library and the museum are both closed. It may be that in 2 years, something else is closed as well. But I think we owe them that, particularly if you can balance the budget by closing them all. Give them some money to see if they can leave themselves open rather than just plunking it into something that's unsustainable. See if it can be made sustainable. Spend the money to do that. But that's a conversation this body has to have to authorize you to expand that line item to do that.
There is one thing that I'm thinking of as you're discussing that, and that is that we have to tell the community very clearly that there are certain things that volunteers cannot do, that they have to, that there have to be people that have the expertise. For example, at the library, we have to have the qualified librarians with the degrees, etc. So there are certain things that people have suggested in emails or to us verbally or whatever, that only work for a short period of time. Because volunteers get tired, they move, they do other things, they say, I don't want to do this anymore, you know. And so, therefore, we have to make them be realistic about the fact that there's certain things that are going to work and other things that aren't going to. So, I have no problem with them looking at things. It's just that I don't want to see a huge amount of money going for something like that when we're looking down the pike at a real situation with public safety. Yes.
With all due respect, I don't think that we go into a discussion taking anything that is legal off the table. And I think that we need to make our expectations clear. And we need to have a careful planning process. And there's not much, quite honestly, that can be done between now and July 1. But like the budget amendment we made tonight, these funds too can be carried forward for something impactful to happen or not. And I think part of the frustration, what I've learned from the last week, part of the frustration with our citizens, it seems to be that they have not felt any impact and ability to frame issues, talk about them, and then solve problems. And anybody who's been sitting at the table with me for at least 7 years knows that this is a huge issue for me, because I know it doesn't have to be that way. So I believe that we can develop a process, and we can set proper expectations, and we can offer a legal framework, and our citizens can work with our department heads and be very creative with their staff. And if the department heads don't want to do this, that's fine. But I think it's a way to go. So that's the conversation I'd like everybody to
Right,
have.
I know, and I'm just indicating, and I'm not being a wet blanket on this, I'm just indicating the reality of this. We had the future study where we had citizens come, they had all kinds of ideas, things they wanted to do. Look where we are now. Some of the things that they wanted, they're not going to have because it's not realistic now. So I think it's fine to have people talk, I think it's fine to get people together, but sometimes the reality of the situation doesn't turn out what you think it's going to be. Those are just my comments. Everybody else is free to say whatever they want. Councilman Fleming?
I agree with Councilman Beltramini that we need to give it a shot. We need to give these department heads and citizens a shot. And if we need to bring in an expert, maybe we have experts. I know I'm not the expert, but we need to think outside the box here to try and salvage the library, the museum. Community center, I think, is going to be easy. I mean, some of this is going to be raising fees. It's not going to be a single solution. Some of it may be going to nonprofits, whatever, 501c3 status. I don't know the legality, but I certainly think we need to get input and not try to make all the decisions right here tonight. You know, it just can't happen.
I'm not asking for decisions, if I may, tonight. I'm asking for a direction because, you know, John's going to disappear for a while and he's going to submerge with the, or come back up with the budget document. It'd be great. Okay. He's going to submerge now and then he's going to service in a couple of months. And it is late, Robin. But we just need a direction to put together a 3-year plan, essentially. And, you know, a very general concept. You had public safety held as your number one priority. Is that still your number one priority?
It still is.
It is for me.
We want to save employees too, but we also have to match it to planning revenue.
Who is first? Okay. Councilwoman Kerwin?
Well, I know that the two newer members weren't here, but we did sit down and do the ranking. We were looking at the price of government. And consistently, the ranking showed exactly what option one shows. That was consistently. The question was asked on the survey, would you ever consider, highly consider, likely consider, quality of life? And all but one put absolutely. I would consider doing away with all quality of life. And that was the ranking at that time when there was more money. There was only one vote that said that they would never consider it. So that's really where we are. That ranking still stands. I think that that appears to be option one. That's the way it was presented at the beginning. Would we like to have all those other things? We would. But given this financial reality, we won't be able to do it all, nor have people said to do it all. We know that Janice Daniels was one of the first who said, why do we have to be great? Isn't it all right to be okay? And that question which was asked repeatedly, what do you want to look like? That seemed to be the answer. Core services seemed to be the answer that we were hearing 12,000-fold.
Councilman McGinnis?
Well, I think that, labeling option one and referring back to all the discussions that we've had about the budget, I think ultimately what's been depicted here and what's been discussed and the information that's been provided since September basically mirrors what people have been saying are most important to them and what people continue to tell us are most important to them. And that is police, fire, and public safety. I think that the way that this option one was set up and the way it's been conveyed to the public shows that these things are not going to happen overnight. They're a progression that meet the revenue that we had, and I think that they go in accordance to what people have said is most important to them and what government's main responsibility is to provide the protection and to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the public. So I think that given that direction and knowing that that is the most important thing to everyone, at least from what we've heard, that that's the direction that you have to go. And obviously, we are going to be continuing to revisit the budget, not only every year, but throughout the next 2 months while we're approving the budget. I mean, there's going to be many more discussions about this. It is a process. I think some people were under the misconception that all these decisions were going to be made tonight, and that's unfortunate because I think it added to more divisiveness, it added to more emotion, and more, just more things that get in the way of making that progress. So I think that in terms of the direction that you need, you have to follow what people are telling you is most important. And we will be able to have more discussions in terms of getting the updated numbers and really taking a hard look at them, being able to swap in potential things that could be moved around from other projects. We'll be able to do that once we have the numbers in front of us, and I think that that's something all of us are prepared to put the time and energy in over the next 2 months to get to that balanced budget.
Thank you.
Anybody, other council members want to jump in? Councilman Snyder?
Robin, from my perspective, and I think, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think everybody would like to save whatever could be saved for this community. That was our mission from day one. And I certainly don't want to put Martin on a hot seat, but you're kind of the spokesperson. Maybe we're trying to get this whole thing together for the no people. Can you speak about, maybe from that perspective, what may, some thoughts from you on this?
Oh, well, I didn't organize anything, to tell you the truth. I sent out one letter that had my own name on it, and that was it. And and what I said on there, I believe in, and that's basically that capital projects that aren't core should not be spent. For example, I don't believe that in the funds that we've set aside for things that we don't have already should be reallocated, and whether that's transferring that into the operating fund or reallocating that into maintaining the infrastructure that we have. And speaking to the transit center as an example, if it's truly not going to cost the city another penny, and if it's truly going to be self-sustaining, then set up a non-profit, because I don't want the city to have anything to do with that transit center, because I don't want to have any residual liability. And if it's really not going to cost the city any money, if it's really going to be self-sustaining, than get it off our books. Okay. All of the things that we've set aside money for that are great to have, we can't have because the times are not appropriate for it. So at this point, I think we need to give up any current expectations that we're going to be needing to spend money on trails, on developing any other parks other than what already exists. And fee areas instead of closing fee areas. I mean, we spent in excess of $20 million to build a community center, and the I can't remember what you said the number was that we're subsidizing the community center, but I thought it was about
$500,000.
It was about $350,000. And so I think we need to rationalize our fee area, our fee structure, and additionally, I would hope that all of these areas, our fee-based areas, are also investigated for whether or not we want to manage it in-house. I am concerned about the number of, I think the structure, and the reason why I asked that question is I think the structure of the organization is too unwieldy, especially as it shrinks. What I mean is, do you want to have as many lateral departments as you currently have? And I'm waiting, and I will not judge until I get your answer, because you're in there in the trenches day to day, and you know that. So it's a question. But I do disagree with the assumption that I'm some sort of organizer of yes or no votes. Quite frankly, I went out of my way at the council meetings not to speak yes or no. I sent out one letter about a week before the election and specifically speaking to my concerns about the way money is spent, insofar as primarily relating to capital project. Things I've been saying for the last 10 years, so I don't think any of my concerns are new to anybody. Something I haven't really pushed much lately is my belief that pension fund management should be handled by a third-party administrator who oversees a manager of managers. And I don't think, when I was on that board, that was really one of my strong beliefs, and it's still strong, is I don't think it's fair to appoint people to the board and to expect them to manage between $100 and $200 million. You need to have professionals, and you need to, and I've seen it because I've audited quite a few of them. You have 6 or 7, and that's the way it's done. UBS came into our board and explained that to us, and I very much believe in that. It does two things. It frees up staff to focus on the general operations of the city, and brings a professional to perhaps get another couple %. Anything that pension fund can return in above and beyond what it is now is money that is saving the taxpayers. So when we get our actuarial evaluation for 12/31/09, the fact that we received more than 6.5% return, 9 is going to be amortized over 20 to 40 years. We'll save money. But I can provide that list to council. I have a lot of questions that I would like to see answered before drastic decisions are made.
Anybody else? You want?
Can we just?
Yes, Councilman Fleming?
Can we just quickly identify tonight those capital projects that we've determined and make a list that we consider non-essential, non-core? We've mentioned one tonight, trails, maybe civic center improvement, but do we have a quick list we can refer to? And we just put a dollar figure to it, because you're asking, what do we want to do with those funds? If we want to put them in a reserve, or how do you want to try to allocate the balance of budget? And that's what would help. Can we first identify those and then, at a minimum tonight, agree what's non-essential?
Well, there's the reserve fund, and do you know, John, what's in there?
I could give you some categories, but not necessarily the exact dollar amount per se, but there's a trail system.
Yeah.
There's the
2 point.
Well, I'm not going to even, but we know whatever the dollar is associated with that. It's around $2 million or so. There's a civic center, site improvements, which is a little over $1 million or so. Yeah. There's some park development funds, which is probably around $700,000 or $800,000, I think.
John, is this accurate?
I'm wondering, is this something that could be done in a memo and then taken again when we come back?
Thanks, Ben.
Do you need it tonight?
Well,
These
I just
we
want to
didn't
know
do
what, if you
refuge
need
yet
this
either.
direction tonight on these, we're trying to identify specific things, and John's going to go and
Let me,
Michelle's got budgeting. Do we need
well, during the budgetary process, it would be good to know, if you don't want to let me know tonight, that's okay, but sometime soon. Just looking at it philosophically, if you want to allocate capital programming, which essentially is, you know, you have, your budget has recurring costs and non-recurring costs.
Right.
Right.
And when you have a structural deficit, that's because you have recurring costs that you need to get a handle on. So by telling me you want to take non-recurring costs or one-time equity to solve a recurring problem, because we have an unsustainable organization, my question to you is, you want to take those non-recurring costs to delay layoffs in the quality of life departments, delay layoffs in the public safety departments. Because, again, with the declining revenue line, when you look out 3 years and then a 5-year look, the money goes down continuously. So there's going to be a point in time where even if you utilize one-time capital funding, it's not going to be to save jobs, essentially. It's going to be to delay layoffs. So how do you want to delay those layoffs? Do you want to delay the layoffs essentially for the library, museum, nature center, and community center? Or do you want to put that money into a reserve account for a couple of years and delay layoffs in police, fire, and public works? You know, or a combination thereof, and I'll make it even harder for you. You want to take a look at our unmet needs for road improvements. And what do you want to do with refuse? Because these are all intermixed together. You know, it'd be great if we could just have a little bit of a direction in that regard.
Well, you brought up refuse. I thought we were going to talk about it after we did this, but refuse, I don't want to see any money going from the general fund to the refuse fund. I think the refuse fund, we've got to take care of it. And if we're having declining revenues in the refuse, then we have to raise the amount for the refuse. We went down this road, was it 3 years ago or 4? And we knew that it was going to be declining at some point. Well, guess what? It's here. So we have to do something with that, because there's no way we can use money from the general fund for refuse anymore.
We've shown a commitment to pay for services anyhow. I mean, that's what we keep saying all the time, things should pay for themselves, and this is clearly an example. In terms of your other question on, you know, should it be for capital, should it be for this, we have had this conversation before. We understand that our infrastructure needs to be strengthened. We've talked about that. We know that public safety is the #1 issue, so the police and fire. So in answer to, should we delay things so that when we know at the end that those jobs are still going to be gone, we need to shore up our core services, and they are police, fire, roads.
Good. Let me just, if I can.
Sure, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're required to have a balanced budget adopted by the 3rd Monday in May. That's for the next year's annual budget. There's no requirement to have the 3-year budget adopted by the 3rd meeting in May. So, because it's going to be a moving target, and it's going to be, whatever happens during budget discussions could very well alter the 2nd and 3rd year. Looking out, any of those line items could be altered, whatever is the final result of next year's budget. So I think if we really need, I mean, the direction is for next year's budget, for the main thing, to get next year's budget underway. And if we're using option 1 as a guideline for that, that's fine. We use that, and that'll be presented to council, a balanced budget based on option 1. And then we could do the second, third year out, and it may be in June or whatever that you get those final numbers or whatever after the budgets are adopted. Excuse me, I'm a little cold here, but if that's sufficient. But I think we need to look at capital because there may be, when we look at all the capital requests that are going to be coming in, these items may or may not be out there, may not be the top priority items that are there. They may be more, more road projects, or there may say, council may say, let's keep some of this money for the second and third year of some of these projects here. After we have our discussions, maybe we want to hold some of those funds for the second and third year funding of our budget. But we need to get to the first year. We need to have that balanced. But then that might just be an idea. I'm just throwing it out because trying to put this thing together is going to be the 1 year is a task in itself.
My staff hates me. I'm 3-year, by the way.
Right. Councilman Slater?
I mean, I agree with that, but the whole purpose of looking at a 3-year budget is to see where we're going to be. So if we concentrate on the 1-year budget, to me, you're doing a temporary fix issue. I think, my opinion is take the Civic Center improvement money and the trail system money, set that aside right now. Set that aside, and then when you come back to us with this 3-year budget, we can make a decision as to what we want to do with that money at that time. That's my suggestion.
I think we have to look long range. I know that it's a challenge.
Oh, it's not. There's no problem doing it.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there is, based on where you end up the first year, and there may be changes. Maybe you'll say, okay, fine, Lemrod, beautiful budget. Let's just adopt it as it is. That's great. And then the second, third year, then we can base it off that. But to have, it's very important to have. I want a 3-year budget, but the timeliness of it, I'd rather have that. It'll all be worked together, but the finalization of the second and third year may be a month later. Then could be presented in a rough draft form at the time of our budget discussions. But there are going to be changes, and it's going to be a moving target anyway. It is going to be a moving target. Once Nino gives me numbers, more definite numbers for the following year, and then the following year we'll have a little bit better idea of those numbers, that's going to change. I know it's going to change the revenue numbers, so automatically.
Well, I understand your questions. Again, on some of these things where we can still leverage funds, I think that's important to watch for those before those are just poured into something else. And I think in the first year out, that's something that we can watch.
I'm not hearing a lot of disagreement at the table. Are you? So you're asking us to go around again and tell?
No.
Okay, all right.
But, I'd like a little more time to talk to Robin about what she was proposing.
I would too. I'd like to talk about that too, but I don't want to talk about it tonight.
I like that idea.
I think that a sustainability discussion here at this table and then with our citizens in many different forums is absolutely critical if we not want to run out of money. And as I say, it may not generate enough to keep anything up. But it may save 47 police personnel, or it may maintain a program at the museum so that the school district doesn't have to fund it. We pay them too, Or it may maintain whatever services are necessary for the average user of the library. Right. And to tell our citizens that they should not expect to participate in those discussions, I think is a disservice to the people who elected us, even though the majority of those voters said no to any more money. That doesn't mean that we take a my way or the highway attitude toward balancing this budget. So that's my concern, is we can take these little pots of money and put them wherever in 3 or 4 or 5 years. But if Matt's right and John's wrong, we should have kept that money. And in 3 years, our citizens are going to say, oh, and by the way, I want to save this too, and then we don't have any money either. I think we have to have a community ownership of whatever solution we come up with. That's my point.
How you facilitate that?
Yeah. But I think that, the best, from my standpoint, John, the best option you have is option one. But like I say, I'm really glad you didn't put that fund balance or any of that other money into it, because I think that we can find a better use for some of it than throwing $50,000 or $100,000 at a department.
That we might do away with anyways.
Yep.
That's why it's so important to look at it down the line.
Right.
Can we agree to set this money aside at this point to give them direction
I think he knows that.
On those two.
on those two?
Yeah.
In other words, not reallocated.
Right.
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 Which two?
The Civic Center
and the trails.
and trails. Okay?
What about park development? That was,
I want to see the
That
numbers
was all
again.
part of the same.
I know part of your
different.
process is that you talk to the department heads and get other feedback, so I think that's
Right.
important too.
And Robin, on my comments about what you said about having a group, the community discussing things, I think that's fine. I just want them to be realistic when they're making suggestions about what they want to do. That's all. I don't want to give them false hope of things that could happen that maybe couldn't happen down the years. That's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to be very realistic about where we are. And I know that it's good to have people talk. And we've had suggestions, at the council table with public comment, some things which could work and some things which couldn't work. Some things that are short-term solutions and not many long-term solutions. That's all. But that's a different situation when they're talking for 3 minutes. Councilwoman McGinnis?
One other thing to add, I think that it is important to do that. I think we kind of have to look at it a little bit separately. I know it's tied to the budget, it needs to be tied to the budget, but at the same time, I think if we can address it separately in terms of how it would actually come to fruition, because I think if we want to make that happen, it's going to be something that we as a council will have to come up with, the possibilities of how it could actually work. So I don't want it to be too tied up in the actual budget process of being able to move forward.
Oh, no.
But I think that if people understand that that's our goal, and then we can discuss how we might put that into effect, because it is really going to affect the long term, and it's a process that might be a little bit more long term than the next 2 months. So I think if we can, I think all of us, I can't say that. I think I would agree. I think I would agree that that's absolutely something that we need to pursue in conjunction with the processes that we have to take to balance the budget.
Councilman Fleming?
I never interpreted that you meant this to take place before the May budget
We
deadline.
can't.
There's no way that can happen,
No,
because that would
that's
just
right.
impede the whole process.
Right.
I think you're looking, as you're
Yeah.
suggesting, Marty, that this down the road, next year, 2 years out, whatever, that we look at this process, how do we save and get community input, facilitation to try to look at it a little different. But not, that would just be a nightmare right now to try to do. But down the road, we need to certainly do that.
And I guess we have to have the sustainability discussion, but my other piece was to set aside some of those funds so that if some of the 501c3s wanted to have a bigger role in their support, that the city manager wouldn't say, I can't give you that money, council hasn't allocated that money. But I kind of wanted to get consensus here that if somebody was going to build a private partnership or a nonprofit, we facilitate that as opposed to withholding assistance. So that was where I was coming from. We need to support their creative thinking, not tell them how it works.
Any others? You have enough direction?
Well, if I may, if I could have John discuss get back to the refuge fund for direction on that, I appreciate it.
Working on the next year's budget with our reduced taxable value number, looks like there will be a need for an adjustment in the refuse fund millage rate from the current 0.75 mils to 0.89 mils. And it leaves about 100,000 in fund balance, which is not a lot, because that fund operates on its own. It's a special revenue fund.
John, for edification, could you remind council when it was and how much it was when we adjusted the overall mill levy down for the cost savings?
Yeah, I think it was 15. Back in...
What, 3 years ago?
Actually, in 2007-8, we reduced the millage rate by 15 cents for refuse. Last year, we increased it by 7 cents, and we took that money from the capital projects funding millage to maintain the same rate, overall tax rate.
And so is the issue here primarily on revenues because of the decreasing taxable value?
Right.
And at that point, we had them fairly well matched, and we've taken a wallop on a taxable value.
That's for next, right. It's following the same line. It's your base, your rate times the value, and with a 12% reduction there, you need 0.89. The expenditures are holding fairly stable for this year, even though we had a slight increase in the contractual service end of it. But we need to cover that. We need a 0.89 mils to cover that.
Is there another option besides increasing? Oh, I'm sorry.
That portion, excuse me, Councilman Slater, I got it from you. Go ahead.
Is there another option besides increasing the millage?
Just the refuse mills.
Right. You took it from capital last time?
Right.
Mm-hmm. It's a separate fund. Councilwoman McGinnis?
To fix the problem, we've just been kind of doing the Band-Aid approach in terms of taking it from other places when really we have the ability and the authority to make sure that that service that we expend the money on is paid for. And I think that that's the way that it should be.
Councilwoman Beltrame?
John, will that .89, do you envision that covering it for the next 3 to 5 years?
No, next year. 1 year. I'm projecting out at 2011-12, it probably need to go up to $1, to it from 89 to $1, and then 2012-13 to $1.09.
But you want us to say tonight about for this year's budget?
Well, when we present a budget, I don't want anybody to be
surprised
shocked or whatever that there's a millage request of .89 for the refuse fund to balance that. In our proposed budget, that, and it could be discussed at budget time, but I don't want anybody to be alarmed or shocked when they see that in the budget document.
People are paying for their trash.
Right.
Be .14 increase.
Right.
I have 2 comments. One is if we can just get some more revenue and cost detail for that specific fund. And then the other thing is, I think that from a planning perspective, that if we're going to change the mill levy in this fund, that we adopt a policy that directs staff to simply match that. So, I think that communicate, if that's what we're going to do, I think that communicates to the residents, why there's a change. We're in a bit of a situation because we just had a significant vote, and if we're going to change the mill levy, we need to explain ourselves. And so I think there needs to be a policy statement that drives that change. But I think the first thing is if we can just get some more detailed information on, I'm looking in the detailed breakdown, more account detail.
That's what I have. That's what will appear in the budget document for all that, and that's what's driving the numbers here. We've got our estimates from SOCWA. We have our refuse contractor. We know what those costs are going to be. and there isn't a lot of cost to it. Those are the main costs. And then you have the revenue base, which is going down to taxable value, which is creating the main problem there.
Conceptually, I understand that. I guess I like some numbers. It's my understanding that the only part of this fund which is seeing a decrease in expenses is the soccer piece, because there's a decrease in that, or I should say, maybe not a decrease, but at least not the same increase.
Right.
Because of, the interesting thing about recessions is there's not as much garbage.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what it reflects, basically. It's overall expenses are not up a lot from this current year's budget. I think they're only up 1% overall or so from the current year. But you have the SACRIS costs are basically almost the same. But you have your collection is where you have there's a 3.7% increase.
Okay. Any more after we do refuge?
I'm all set. Thanks for the direction.
Okay. We're in adjournment at 12.
No, we got to
We're
close
not?
session.
Oh, that's right. Well, we are in adjournment from the regular meeting, and now we're going to go to close session.
Thanks, everybody.